Hey, what's up? Welcome to the late night stream for Tuesday. All right, we're in vertical mode now, but I took a horizontal picture. Isn't that confusing? Oh, right, and now this won't work very well, will it? So let's open up our chat over here instead. Actually, let's focus on putting the stream together first. Welcome back, guys. We had a nice daytime stream. I thought the daytime stream was really successful, and now we're on to the nighttime stream. We were working on our BGS return, which of course we showed off. And then we were pricing up some BGS slabs and taking some pictures of slabs. Excuse me. Our slabs actually desperately need to be rotated. One of the reasons I was a little bit late today, I was working pretty hard on grading, and I ended up restocking those custom boosters. That had to be done too. So tonight's stream shall say 100K celebration continues, because it is continuing. We'll also say, what else is interesting? OP13 English is here. We'll say arrives. And let's see, OP13. What we don't have is Fantasmal Flames. We could host another box break of that if you guys wanted another box break. Let me take a quick look into what a box break would look like. What did we have it at last time? Was it at 12 last time? I think it was at 12. Oh, wow, that's, yeah, I mean, let's see. Yeah, so probably could be about 11 actually. So we could host a Phantasmal box break tonight if you guys would like. I don't know if it would be popular enough. You guys would have to let me know if you want it. Let me go and back out here. Let's say live card shop. 100K celebration continues. OP13 English arrives. Live card shop. Okay, I'm gonna grab this. Where are we? We got the live ping. We got to ping you guys at here. We're going live for Tuesday night. Okay, good. The ping is out. And we'll drop it in here as well. Good. All right. Yeah, I've just been working all day, man. I've been working all freaking day. It's actually a lot of work to get these submissions done. No one tells you that. You got to sit down and you got to actually put stuff together worth grading, right? Like it can't be something that's going to lose your money after grading because there's a cost to grading. The labor costs you money. So it takes a while to actually get it all going. Now, Mr. Michael Pettiford says, I think you missed my stuff, right? What did he say? He said, send you an email. All right, we go back over here. It says, good afternoon, mister. This is Michael Pettiford. I paid for grading for 2 cards. If possible, can I oh, he wants to swap them over to PSA grading. Okay, Michael Pettiford needs his card swapped over to PSA grading. All right, sounds good. Mr. Michael Pettiford, we got you, okay? All right, it also says we have an order in on the website. So let me go get the website, actually. I'm going to go grab the website. And let me hit refresh on this, by the way. So, by the way, Mike's site added a lot of products to the website. Is that right? Is EB3 $4? I thought EB3 was $3.50. Let me see. EB3. Let me just see. One piece, EB3. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, cool. So we did that correctly. Let me go ahead and open this up. Yeah, there's a bunch more products on our menu on the website. Mike's side was playing around with that. Okay. Drop this in here. We'll hit pause, or we'll hit pin message. Okay, the website is pinned. Very nice. Let's go ahead and back out of here. Let's see. Let's do a search for this. Ta-da! All right. We're going to jump over here as well. All right. eBay inquiry. What is this? Oh, right. This is them moving my stuff over to the vault. And let's pop out this chat, right? Can I do that? Live chat. Oh, nope. This is for the previous stream. I'm going to see your guys' conversation now. We got 28 people watching. How's it going, everybody? Come on. We're going to choose to pop this chat out. Come on now. This right here. Please let me do this. There goes. And now we have chat. Is that right? Yay. All right. Hey, what's up, guys? Troy, Cody, Isaac, Joshua, Team Rocket Guy, Cactuar Princess Son. Here's Janice. Hey, how's it going, Janice? Here's Good RNG, PDX, Oscar Sendes, Alex. Who else is here? Pokey Wing, Fearless the Ghost, Dakota Burns. Good luck on pulling Fantasmal Flames. I pulled the Gold Zard. Nice, man. Here's CBW, and there's Rain Brian. All right. So we're going to delete this email here. Good. We don't need that one. All right. We got the PayPal orders. And let's hit refresh over here. If you guys wish, we can make a new Fantasmal Flames box break. Let me know if you guys are interested in that. So we got a website order from Victor Cardenas. Oh, Victor's trying it out. Let's see what he ordered. I'm curious. Victor ordered this 2 hours ago, and he says he wants 10 of the Japanese One Piece PRB2. You got it, man. Japanese One Piece PRB2. So I got one of them over here. Now 10 of them, that's a whole box, right? Yeah, that's a whole box. Let me go get a box. We ought to have a box option. All right, here we are. Oh, I'm thirsty already. What the hell? Streaming always makes me thirsty. But 10 is a box, right? I believe it is. Let me shut off my iPhone here. Got my other iPhone open. Ooh, all right. Let's take these beautiful Charizards down. So as you guys know, the BGS submission came back. We revealed the grades. Miss Janice got a Black Label Reshiram. It was very special. And so now we've got our cards as well. These are for sale. There was a couple of slab sales in the daytime stream because we had some cool new stuff being put up on the table for the first time. 2 spots in here are done. We got the Vintage Break. We got the Mega Break. We got the Bounty. We got the little Sandwich Tie Pasta Break. So this guy's up to 13 out of 26. He's half done. We were running a Fantasmal Flames box break, and it ended. Would you buy a Grail card from me? CGC 10 gem. Would I buy a card from you? What card are you like? Well, let me change my wording there. Why don't you send me a message on Discord about what you're selling, okay? Here goes. Send me a message on Discord. All right. Ooh, it looks like I'm going to need to get more sleeves. We are low on sleeves. There it goes. Very nice. Seeing so many people pull the Zard, SIR, and the Gold Zard. If you want to talk about it, Mr. Louie, we got to talk about it in Discord, okay? We can't talk about it here. This. All right. So, I'm going to go ahead and snip this. Let's start snipping. Ready? And snip this as well. All right. And snip this as well. You have Fantasmal? Not yet. Fantasmal shows up tomorrow. When did it come out? Was it the 12th? Today's the 12th. When did Fantasmal launch? Fantasmal Flames release date. It doesn't release for 2 more days. Ah, man, I'm so tired of people being able to sell it before release. It's so annoying. Everyone expects me to have it like I got some kind of special hookup. I don't got a special hookup, guys. I don't got like the guy who's giving it to me early. I don't got the distributor who gives it to me a week early. We start selling it. I don't got that. So every time a new set comes out, if you don't see it on the menu, it's because I don't have it. But that is frustrating. You know, that's been going on a long time. People get the product and they sell it before the official release date. They sell it online. That seems like it's against the retailer's rules, don't you think? But I don't know. I guess just everybody's doing it, so who cares, right? There we go. Also, I forgot to say congratulations on 100,000 subscribers. I knew you could do it. Thanks, man. Appreciate it, Mr. Dakota. It is. Yeah, that's annoying. Some people get it earlier than everyone else, and then instead of following the retail rules, they break the rules, and they immediately start selling it. Ooh. It says when to sell it at retail. There's a date on the box that says when you're allowed to sell it. And the moment somebody gets it, they just start selling it as fast as they can so they can sell it for as much as they can. And it's sort of like leaking a video game, you know. You're not supposed to do that. There are 100K Katie, and hey, what's up, guys? All right, we need to pick out a new giveaway for tonight. Yeah, the 100K celebration's in full swing. Here's, this guy. Are you getting bundles? I'll pre-order 1 or 2. We can get bundles, definitely. Yeah, we can get bundles. I like the bundles. We are. Okay, we've got this guy. Bundles are cool. I like bundles. Allows you to buy a sealed unit, but it's like only 6 packs, so that's cool. I like that. Stop glazing so much. Be grateful for what you have. People are grateful. People are just excited for the new set. I just think it's unfortunate that places that get it early start selling it early. I don't think they're allowed to do that, but they do it anyways. And Pokemon never, like, slaps their wrists or anything, so maybe it is allowed. I don't know. It is. It shows you how important it is to have some sort of hookup where you're allowed to open it early. Because we could just be making sales right now, maybe all night long. It is. Okay. You know, that shouldn't be the defining rule for having a successful card shop, is to break the rules. That shouldn't be the defining strategy. Shouldn't be breaking the retailing rules that Pokemon actually set for their own product. But that, unfortunately, that is. So if you want to win at this game, you need to go break the rules. And it's kind of like, well, all right. Okay. Got a cool 2-ounce silver coin. Sorry, I'm hunting specific stuff. We do, but they're graded, and so they're collectibles. They're not, they're collectibles. They're not just like, you know, bullion for stacking, let's say, right? So what we have is the Queen's Beasts coins. I found one that I had that was MS68. So that one could probably be a little bit cheaper than the usual MS69 version. But this is a collector's coin from, I think, 2021, and it's been doing pretty good. So there's a Red Dragon MS69, and there's a Completer MS69. So those are 2-ounce silver coins. And yeah, I retained quite a few of these because I didn't want to sell through them all. And I guess that was a great decision. Their prices have gone up, and yeah. When I bought those silver coins, back when I bought them, they were just freshly minted, and they were only worth, at the time, $80. Which was kind of high for silver, because silver was trading at 35 or 30 or something. I can't remember. But again, these were collectible ones, and then we took them and graded them, which I think that cost like, I think that was a $40 per coin cost. I can't remember what the cost for grading was. It was some hefty price, actually. It was not cheap to grade them. And so we got them graded, and so the total price to even get them back to my doorstep was a little over $120. It was probably around $130. But since then, the MS69 completer coins have been going for like $300-ish on eBay. Actually, there's only one for sale at the cheapest price of $400. The last sold was an auction for $280. So we're asking, I think, $340. We're asking somewhere in between that. Okay, Mr. Aelvik. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate the order. Do you like the website? What are slab away fees for silver graded coins? That's a great question. So silver does not work like Pokemon cards. I don't think that market is as speculative. I don't own as much of it, so it's like I'm not really worried as much if you use slab away to speculate. So I'm thinking that for precious metals, slab away fee might just be $5. That's what I'm thinking. Just something so that is high enough so that you're annoyed not to just buy it, cancel, buy it, cancel, buy it. Because, you know, the whole process of canceling it's a nuisance. So I want you to stick to it and pay it down. So slab away might be $5 to get it started. And then the cancel fee will probably be the normal $20 cancel fee. So, you know, if you move to cancel it, then you might have to dip into your wallet a little bit. But yeah, to get it started, it might be just $5. So Victor Cardenas, you're going to move right into here. I like your name because you don't really compete for space with anyone. The V-Box has got plenty of room in it. You should add a section to add notes, or maybe I missed it. Oh, for precious metals, huh? Yeah, actually, I think we have precious metals listed in the description now. Is that the bottom? Is that the top? Where do we put precious metals? I think we just recently added precious metals. Let me check. I'm all about those precious metals, guys. It's all the way at the bottom underneath the other card set. $6 minted copper coin. Number 2, 1 gram gold pamp. Let me add a third one. So let me change this a little bit. Copper coin, 1 ounce. Okay, and then the second one will be gold bar, 1 gram. And then finally, the third one should be MS69, 2 ounce. No, we'll say silver, queens, beasts, completer, 2 ounces. And this coin is 340. We have a couple of them. I can actually list it on the menu. We have a couple of them. There it is. So I've just hit save. If you hit refresh and scroll down to the bottom of the screen, you'll see all the precious metals for sale. You can move my Aovic bag to Victor if you want to save space. Oh, you've got an Aovic bag as well, huh? Let me take a quick look at that. Mr. Aovic. Nice to see you, dude. How you doing, by the way? Arjun, Apple, Arturo, Austin, Armand. I don't think you have an Aovic bag. Yeah, we might have already done our part and kept you in the V box, the V Kids box. Let's see, what do we got here? A couple more of these Gengars, huh? We priced up one of the Gengars at 40 bucks, so let's get them all priced up at 40 bucks. This one can go into the Poke Shuffles, why not? There it goes. May I send for that Seeing Eye coin for Sabaway? That one will need to be repriced. That one was priced a very long time ago, and he will need a new price. He is also a collector's coin. I kind of bought him for myself because I thought it looked cool. Here it is. Once upon a time, it was $295. It was minted in 2020. Might be cheaper, by the way, so, you know, you don't want to overpay for it. It might be cheaper. So this will say MS70. And it's going to say Evil Eye. Oh, wow. The price of OP13 is changing right now. It looks like. So, what is this? Is that silver? Oh, I don't recognize this grading company. It's some weird-ass grading company. Okay, and then there's one in the UK, but that's going to cost you a bunch to import it. Here we go. Okay, so... Oh, I see. So that one is NGC, but the label's all messed up. You don't want that. So the cheapest one's like 317-ish. Not really a big difference from this price. I'll just match... No, I'm going to bring it up to 300. There's not really a big price change. It's roughly the same price as the last time we had it. So yes, you can send for this right now if you'd like. You're not going to be scared off by it going to 300. That's perfectly fine, I'm sure. And so you're good. Price on that one hasn't moved a lot. What was I just thinking about? Oh, yeah. So OP13, huh? OP13. That worries me that it sold out with the different guy. Let me just see this. I can't decide how much OP13 to own, but it bothers me that it's sold out. What is this music? This music's terrible. When you create music, you have to be really careful not to make bad music, because even one song on the trap can make somebody click off. Emerald Disco Wave. Ooh, I like the Metroid Wave. I know the Metroid Wave. Let me try that one. It's okay. I've heard it too many times. Dang, dude, we need new music so bad. Guys, we need new music so bad. I can't listen to the same soundtrack on repeat. It's a dangerous situation. C4 and 8 maybe. He's a good one to fall back on. Give me a moment here. All right, so we'll leave it there. Good. Now, what was I working on? Does anyone know how a card graded BGS 9 9.5 compares to a card graded by PSA 10? The BGS 9.5 very often translates into a PSA 10. Okay, so it'll cross grade into PSA 10. All right, so one piece is shifting in price as we speak. Okay. It actually just went up since the daytime stream. It must be popular. What are they chasing after in this set? Let's see. Oh, that's not good. Let's see. Wow, this is almost sold out too. Crazy. Okay, this set's very popular. Play the DJ Pikachu set. The what? So I'm assuming though they're going to reprint this case, you know. Let's test this one here. Let's see. So I'm just doing a little math here. Ooh, do I buy this? Man, I can't decide. Hey, what's up, Mr. CS Man? Play the DJ Tammy. I sent for that coin, gave you $9 slab away, $5 too cheap. Thank you. Good. Oh, thanks, man. I'll accept that as a tip. Let me just see this one thing too. And let me see how much cash I have. Got have enough cash on hand, guys. So let's think about the big things coming out. Mostly just the Dream set, the Pokemon Dreams coming out. Grabbing this. Come on now. Here it is. All right, we're logged in. So I think I'm going to do it. We're going to take on one last case of OP13 just because it seems to be very popular. That's the only reason. And we have to recalculate an average price as a result of this. Okay. And so we're going to head over to our One Piece. Let's see, English OP13. We're setting it down at $10. English OP13 will be $10. And that price will probably change again if we actually break into the fresh case that we have, okay? Okay, cool, guys. So I'm done with that. I'm going to click on the next order and see what we got here. Mr. Miguel sending for that evil eye, says Mr. Miguel. You got it, man. All right. Appreciate it, man. Thank you means a lot for my girlfriend. No problem. So that is a quick sale there. Oh, and this needs to go into the... Okay, so let's grab a sleeve for this. Did you hear that people are already selling the new Gengar before the set was released and before anyone has even opened it? Bro, there's so much of that going on with Pokemon. Bro. I think OP13 has the most mangas of all One Piece sets. Okay, so hopefully that was a good move. There we are. Yeah, I just spent an awful lot of money acquiring another case of it. But we have it on the menu now. OP13 is here. Miguel Vasquez. Can you price the Dragon coin? The red Dragon coin. Yes, I can certainly do that. But let me jump over here Now, just keep in mind, to cancel it will be $20. Let's see. To start it up would be $5. I think this goes before Mike's side. So this will say November 25, Miguel Vasquez, MS 70, which is a perfect score, right? Yep. PF 70, really. So PF 70 is a perfect score. PF 70, Evil Eye, silver coin. They have it. All right. And, oh, the price. So we're going to say 300. Boom. All right. So you're $300 on this. Good. Thanks for showing up, guys. Help me out with the algorithm. Smash the like button. I think it actually plays a big role. Smash that like button. YouTube's wondering if people are talking, and I think YouTube's wondering if people are smashing that like button. There we go. Now, what are we doing with this? We're putting this up here. So you're interested in the dragon, huh? There's a huge YouTube algorithm of Rolex watch dealers in New York's Diamond District who basically trade each other the same watch back and forth like Pokemon. Kind of fascinating. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Meaning that what? They take like a super high-end watch and just give it back and forth to each other and pretend that they're buying it in order to build like brand value or something, get it attention. It's an interesting thought. So this shall say 9.5 Gengar number 1. You didn't get the treasure packs with those OP13 boxes. Treasure packs, huh? No. What I bought from a pretty large distributor, but I didn't order a full case because I wasn't sure what the demand would be. So I bought just a bit to test out the demand, and today's the first day it's here, and I haven't sold any. But the next order is a full case, so we have a full case and about 3/4 of a full case. That's what we have. Here it is. Look at that. Do you study nail salons? No. What? Nail salons, huh? Should I be? Okay, you got a little Gengar in there now. And the Poke Shuffles. This beautiful Tyranitar. And 2 Gengars. 2 Gengars. Middlemaning like $250, $500. Dealers trust them so much due to family reputation. How much X case? They should be free with BB purchases, but have a $1,000 card in it. Moswell. All right, let's see. All right, let me jump over here. We've got to get rid of this email. Let's throw this away. Click. Good. That's gone. Thank you, Mr. Miguel. Appreciate it. All right. So we're off to a slow start. It is, what's the day? Tuesday? Tuesday daytime stream? Tuesday nighttime stream. I'm noticing a pattern where we're definitely busier in the daytime stream. Yeah, we do have an order from Isaac Thomas here, and he says 3 live customs and 10 Poke Shuffles. Wow. That's a big order, actually. You ready? We got a win, 2, and a 3. So we got 3 cards there. Very nice. And 10 Poke Shuffles. You ready? Dude, stay calm. How much per case? Get treasure packs and sell them. All right, here we go. We got 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's the new rule. Buy 10, get 1 free when it comes to the Poke Shuffles. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So you got the oldest slab break card, which just seems to be getting pulled over and over again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You get placed into the oldest slab break. What could that be? The oldest one, well, from a technical viewpoint, that would be the vintage one. Or is it the Battle Styles box now? Is it this guy? It might be this guy, actually. This guy's getting old. I think it might actually be the Tyranitar. And the Gengar is technically older, but he doesn't count. We never do him, do we? So the Gengar, you never get moved into the Gengar. That's the rule for the Mega Break. So it is actually this guy. It is. And I think that the Battle Styles break came afterwards. Here you go. Away you go. There it goes. Eye blunking OP13. Oh, so his name is I? Hey, what's up, man? He didn't buy a full case. Cause he read and don't answer. Oh, it's so hard to read your comment because it looks like it says I at the beginning every time. Here's Mr. Isaac. Okay, Isaac, going into the Tyranitar staff break. It's nasty time, says Charles. Yeah, what's going on with you, Mr. Charles? Box topper. Did I change the name of this? When I was working today on the, I was working on a submission, and I decided to watch something I never watch. I decided to watch golf. So I watched a real golf tournament. My gosh, it was so boring. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. You guys ever watch that? That's 14. How much for a freaking OP13 case? That'll be 20 rupees. Here we are. I'm thinking 20 rupees, bro. What do you think? There we go. Very nice. I put this down here. Very good. You ever been into any other sport? No, but I was trying to watch golf because I thought, what if I played some golf? You know, because I'm thinking I got to find something to do outside, something fun. Isaac, a little bonus cards here. Hey, you clown. I'm looking for one. What? You're looking for one? Mom, get your credit card. He's got the One Piece case, Mom. Mom! There we are. Please tell us you're pissed. I'm pissed! There we go. All right. You're not old enough to enjoy it. I was about to say, I noticed something about the golf. I noticed that at some point, I got kind of like my brain felt very tired and lazy watching it. And I was like, oh, maybe that's what golf's all about. Maybe you just kind of zone out. You know what I'm saying? There we go. All right. Let's see. I'm totally going to buy a case off of you. So what's the price of the case? We're going to go to all slabs. And we're going to take a picture. Click. Okay, that's a picture. Very good. Okay. Wow, that guy's definitely a troll. He's 100% a troll. There's no way. Winnie the Pooh's going to go over here. Dude, you can tell in like the first 2 seconds something's up with that guy. He got a little nut loose in his head or something like that. There is no way he was buying a case of anything. There you go. That guy's probably a tuna sandwich away from going homeless. Here we are. Well, I was about to buy a case, I swear. What's the price of it, bro? There we are. Yeah, he's just walking around with big money. He's got big money. Let me refresh on the chat. I think I have to hit refresh now because it's like stuck. Is it going to refresh for me? Yeah, there we go. Can I buy a case of meth there? Yeah. Ooh, this definitely did not grade 10. That makes me sad. Another failed 10 attempt. Well, I'm just going to go put this in the Poke Shuffles right now. We're going to put this in the Poke Shuffles for 15 bucks. Okay, Poke Shuffles gets another card. Yeah, I kind of need a bigger box for the Poke Shuffle. I was about to buy a whole case. You're not listening to me. You gotta listen. You know, we could use a bigger box and just store tons more slabs in the Poke Shuffle. Why is no one listening to me? Maybe this box. Let's try this one. My God, dude. Somebody help this gentleman find the way out of the stream. You ever heard of that book, How to Make Friends and Influence People? That guy's the other way around. His name is How to Lose Friends and Make People Angry at You. He's the opposite. Oh, that's nice. I like that. That's nice. I think that takes up the rest of the room over here, though, right? Yeah, that's the downside, huh? Okay, well, that's all right. Being sexist is another situation. Chat is real. Let's see. I'm loving the recent trolling. It actually buy the case, though. Back to BF6. Best friends 6? Besties? Go. All right. How much is a freaking case? Wait, you don't have a freaking case? man. I was this close to buying it. All right, this is going to say Umbreon. You know, it'd be crazy if he really was close to buying a whole case from us, and I just scared off like a legitimate sale. There it is. He's like a multi-millionaire. He could buy my whole collection out. I'm basically pathetically poor compared to him. He was going to buy all my cards, and I just scared him off. He's like a sheik. He's living in the UAE. Let's see. Like that one book, Surrounded by Idiots, but he's the idiot. Mister, what is the single most important thing you have ever learned throughout life? You know, you just got to keep wiping until everything's clean. That's a pretty big deal. Hey, I got to get a drink. I'm thirsty, actually. I'm going to go get a drink. Always wipe. Oh my gosh, that cat is so cute, man. That cat's laying on Karis while she sleeps. Here we are. Things I learned. Never wipe forward. Things I learned. Hopsch edition. Well, I learned to give out free ones. So how about this guy? Who wants them? Toilet paper is too expensive. I use bulk. Dude, if I've been using bulk this whole time, I've probably saved hundreds of dollars. All right, the giveaway code shall be 100K. Okay, we got 100K. We're going to hit choose a winner. That's J Sharp. Here's Rain Brian. Number 3 is going to be Isaac. Number 4 is going to be Fearless the Goat. Fearless. Then Joshua Rodriguez. Thanks for being here, guys. Appreciate you hanging out. I think tomorrow we get the new set. And Cody Hodges. Cody. And CC. Here's Javier. Let's put Alexis on here. She was in today. Trying to get Alexis a free one. Here's Ostara. My marker's dead. Here's Good RNG. Here's Giovanni Torres. Marker's truly dead. And Charles Black. Charles, Carl. We can all live together. Let's see. Number 4, which will be Fearless the Goat. Okay, cool. I'm really pressing hard with this marker. Boop. There we go. So, let me do one more thing. Get a fresh marker. Mister, I placed an order for One Piece packs earlier and it never got open, says Mr. Patrick. Didn't it? I'm pretty sure I did. There we go. Good, good, good. No way, let's go. You saw that Fortnite meme of The Walking Dead, didn't you? No, there's a guy on my For You page, and he does like an impression of Rick, and he says, "We can all live together." And then he goes, "Carl." It's really funny. All right. So, what was I doing? Oh, Patrick, he needs proof. Proof. Mr. Patrick. Patrick, you watching? Okay, we got all these. Well, actually, where is it? Maybe we did not service it. Maybe he is correct. Oh, so maybe what happened, Mr. Pat, maybe I read the order, but I did not do the order. What are you thinking? That's what I'm thinking. You can check my bag to make sure that's what we were doing. Grab this. I'm sorry, Pat. Pat, sometimes they take away my perks, my Percocets, and then I get all grumpy. Here's this. Okay. Thank you, Nectar. Here's Pat Gibbs with the new marker, so we won't have to press as hard. Pat Gibbs. A fresh Sharpie marker is not that fun. It's too sharp, actually. I'm going to have to wait for it to get a little blunter for it to get good. Okay, so we got these. And we're going to go back and take care of Pat Gibbs real fast. Oh, I know what I forgot to do. We need to track that giveaway. So you guys tell me, do you want me to host another box break for a whole box of Fantasmal Flames? Let me know if that's what you want, because we can do that. It'll be probably 11 spots. What did we do last time? We did 12. Yeah, I'll be 11 spots. Okay, Fearless the Goat, you're on there on the giveaway. And let's see. So, Pat, you had ordered 6 English OP13. Oh, I never did that one at all. Oh, Pat, why didn't you just tell me? If you had just told me. Okay, this is the box that we popped the lid off in the daytime stream. You're getting the first 6 packs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. Go pull us some mangoes, bro. Do you think the algorithms are having a significant difference in the perspective of members of our society, resulting in strange moods and actions? I don't know. I don't know. All I know is there's some hot tibbies on my For You page. I think the algorithm's doing its job. All right. All I know is there's some hot femboys on my For You page. The algorithm's doing its job. Ready? Sneeze. Mr. Patrick. So, Patrick, no one's gone into this box, so you're definitely getting exactly what you would have gotten. You're the first order of the One Piece 13 English cards. How nice. Oh, whoa. Looks like I am very close to running out of sleeves. Whoa, Portgas Diez. Oh. Percocet 512. There we go. I don't even know what those are. What's a Percocet? Yeah. Oh. Where my boy Pooji at? Yeah. Yeah, they're getting mad. Oh, speaking of which, man, I watched that viral video about the poop festival in India. And I was so shocked. It was like amazing, and at the same time, it was so gross. It was, of course, it's a rare thing. The guy points out it's only this one village that does it, because they have like a god that they believe was born out of cow poop. And so they like take a cow poop bath, and it's like hardcore, man. What shocked me was that they didn't like sterilize it. They didn't keep it refrigerated. It really just sat out for like, like months even, just in the heat, exposed to bugs. So it's really rotting, right? It's like decaying poop. And they just smother themselves in it. Holy, they must have like immune systems on another planet. How do you survive that? So that was a really crazy video. Here you go, Mr. Patrick. I was shocked. Tossing this. Minister, check your PSA magazine this month. They are giving away a free Shanks 50 promo. They poop on our beach here, says Dustin. Where's here? What are you talking about? Is that real? That's a real thing? Yeah, you can't be doing that. That is not cool. What? We are. All right. Canada. Are you serious? Canada has beaches? I've never heard of this. All right. I thought Canada was just like a frozen wasteland. No, I'm teasing. All right. So we'll put the, oh, Canada. I'm saluting right now. Da, 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 da. How do you guys do the salute in Canada? Let me see what the Canadian salute looks like. Canadian salute. Does it look like the British salute? Oh, it's just extremely similar to the U.S. salute. Wait, how do you do it? I can't tell. I say the British salute. You guys just have the same one as the Americans. Oh, okay. That's kind of boring. Should come up with your own. Make it be like cool or something. Hey, this is for sale. $1,700 black label Garchomp. Oh, oh my. Here's Espeon. Here's Crobat. Okay. Charles Black says, I sent money. Cool. Okay. Well, we're in business. Look at this. This Gold Deck Part 2 Espeon, Population 2. That's pretty good. We've got this beautiful Lugia coming right up. This is a Lugia 9.5. Oh, well, that just kind of fell apart. Kind of cool that BGS puts every slab in a sleeve now. That they didn't do that in the past. They used to just rubber band them together. It wasn't a very good system. Maybe it's because they believed in the toughness of their slabs, but you know. There you go. So with this Lugia, 9.5 Lugia, Lugia 017. Lugia. How much is your case? Who's going to tell me how much the case is for? Oh my god. Wow, the BGS Lugia 10 goes for $52. What? Wow. That's kind of expensive. I'm going to set this to 40. Ooh, fresh marker. Just got tingles. All right. Wow, they pooping on your beaches? Can't be doing that, man. So Pat Gibbs is done. Thank you so much, Mr. Pat. Mr. Charles Mathis sent in. There it is, Mr. Charles. He says for Nikkei. For Nikkei, he sent $15. Which set is that? Can you tell me which Nikkei set? 25. Look at all the slabs. Oh, you're saying you found one for 25? Hold on. Maybe I missed it. You know, sometimes I don't get all the results. I'm not seeing it for 25. I mean, I'm not comparing it to a CGC 9.5 because they're worlds apart from each other. CGC 9.5 is basically a PSA 9, and the BGS 9.5 is a PSA 10. The last one with the black packs. You're talking about this Nivel Arena 3.5? You know, I'm going to update the I'm going to update this to say Nivel Arena, I think. So it's strange that the this music doesn't annoy me. So interesting. All right, let's see. Under other card sets, right? Tops, other card sets. So what do we have here? Nivel. Now, let's say, let's start it out by saying other card sets. Oops, the Japanese one. Hold on, let me grab this, and I'm going to type in the name here. So the name of this set is, let's say Nikkei Nivel Arena BT01. And then this one will say the same thing, Nikkei Nivel Arena BT03. All right, there we go. And now one more detail so that people know what they're buying. This one will say Japanese, and this one will say KR for Korean. That looks so much more organized. There we go. It looks so much cleaner now. And the last one with the black pack. So you must mean the Nivel Arena set, in which case I'm only able to give you 4 packs at $15. You got it? Okay. Yeah, that set's been selling really well, actually. Here it is. What is this set about? Girls with gigantic boobs. It's, you know, it's another Nikkei set. Nikkei is one of the best-selling girl card sets there is, and it just keeps selling. Yeah, it just keeps selling. We got a fresh case of these, and it's doing very well. Very affordable. So these are only $3.50 a pack because they're not printed by Weiss. They are printed by another company called Nivel Arena. But if you're just trying to collect hot girl cards, it is a cheaper way to acquire hot girl cards. So that's a good thing. Where'd my music go? Did it get quiet? Turn this up a little bit. Okay. Jumping back over here for Mr. Charles. Charles. All right. We got girls rubbing boobs together. Here's black body, red hair girl. Booty cheeks girl. Blue dress girl. And haha, red umbrella girl. Okay. No major hit popping out of that round, though, Mr. Charles. Thank you so much. So tell me about your day today, guys. It was a Tuesday. Who had anything interesting happen to them? Anyone? Who's got a story to tell? I want to hear your stories today. You know, my story is pretty simple. My story is I stayed indoors and worked really hard. That was my story for today. I met my eating goals. I actually had McDonald's for dinner. I had 2 juicy hamburgers, and that was it. No fries, no like side thing, no sauce, no ice cream, no cookies. I had 2 hamburgers. They're surprisingly okay to eat calorie-wise if you just eat hamburger and nothing else. And so I had 2 hamburgers today. I had like oatmeal. What else did I eat? I had a bowl of like miso tofu. And that's it. Those are all my meals for today. And so now I'm done eating. Now I'm not allowed to eat till tomorrow. So it's like a sad night for me. Close this. All right. These computers are always trying to sell you something. We have Mr. Zach. Mr. Zach. So Zach sent. Oh, you're the one who had the 10 EB3 and 5 English OP6. And now you just sent for OP6 English. OP6. Let's grab it. I went to the gym and swim last night. I've been sore all day. Just found out my prize picks hit last night. Nice. Here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ooh. If it's still 11:11 for you, I was eating out swimming in spa day. Got beautiful presents. Was a good day. Technically, it's 11:12. We are. It is now 11:12. But for me, it's like, you know, it's morning time. It's really late at night. So late that it's officially now morning in the next day. I went on break, drank a beer, smoked a blunt. Now it's back to work. Yeah, I guess I don't have the most exciting life. My biggest thing in life is these cards. I'm obsessed with them. I work on them every day, and I'm very good at it. You are? Okay. Good. Here's this. Snipping this. Man, we could host this guy as a break, but he'd be a huge break. That's a gigantic break. What we got? We got... Wow, that is so nice, man. Beautiful. Let's sleeve it up. Ooh. All right. Roro Zoro. How about that? First pack in the order, and we're pulling Mango Zoro. Let's go, says Mr. Zach. Yeah, that's pretty good, Mr. Zach. Zach, do you want me to grade him, or do you want me to prepare him for you to grade him? In other words, let me ask you, do you want me to put him in top loader? You are? My first manga. Nice, dude. That is so cool. That's his first time pulling a manga. A lot of people experiencing their first time pulling a manga because they're actually so rare to pull. Top load. Okay, we'll get him top loaded. Let me grab a top load. Okay. Very nice. Good. Set that there. And now we can put this back over here. All right. Here's some hollows. You know, we've been sitting on this OP6 forever, dude. And it's like a case and a half. So somebody's finally opening it and finally benefiting from it. Isn't that crazy? How long that takes sometimes? There you go. Hollows. Carlos. Love that one. 100K, dude. Congrats. Massive accomplishment. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Yep, we're still celebrating the 100K giveaway. It's $5,000 of stuff, and we've just been kind of randomly grabbing stuff. Ooh, you know, maybe we should do a whole box of the G.I. Joes now. You guys want to do a whole box of the G.I. Joes? That'd be cool. Yep. I got hit by a car 3 months ago, Michael Anthony. 4 broken bones, sent into a coma, spent a month in the ice, and another inpatient rehab. Now I'm waiting on my insurance settlement so I can invest. Dang, Michael, that's ridiculous, dude. That sucks. So another guy hit you? That's crazy, man. Man, that sucks. That's I'm scared of getting in a car crash, man. 4 broken bones and all. Jesus. All right. Knowing it's half the battle. Yeah. G.I. Joe? Yeah, we got a vintage G.I. Joe box. That'd be fun to open. Wouldn't it? Yeah. I guess we could leave it closed. Maybe we should require you to open it as a part of the giveaway. But I don't know. Because I feel like if you leave it sealed, you're just gonna list it on the eBay or something. We kind of want to see what was in there. So Zach, Mr. Zach. Pulling this up here. That's a fat bag, Zach. Bag number 2. Hate you had to go through that, but glad you're still with us. Some old lady trying to make an illegal left didn't see me. Wow. Wow. That's a tough conversation. When I took the SAT years and years ago, when I took the SAT, I also took the written portion. So you had an option whether to include a essay writing portion in your test. And I went ahead and went with the written portion, and I did very well. In fact, I scored I don't remember how the scoring worked. How does the scoring work for the SAT? No, there's 2 of them, isn't it? There's an SAT and there's another test. I can't remember which aptitude I took, but I remember I had to take it in public school. It was so weird. And I got ACT. It was the ACT. And I got a perfect score on the reading and writing. And I did extremely well on the score for the essay as well. I remember that. And so my essay question was something like, should old people be allowed to drive? It was something along the lines of, should old people be allowed to drive, or should we allow people younger than 16 to drive? There you go. So it was a question talking about competency and how that gives you rights in society. So that was my prompt. There it is, the ACT. Are you sure G.I. Joe isn't base set Pokemon? There we go. All right. I got it was the ACT, and my total score was 23 or something. I was doing not too bad on the ACT, and then I got totally destroyed in the math part. Yeah. It was just a case that I didn't know most of the math that was on the paperwork. I was never introduced to it. So I was able to fumble my way through all the other parts of the ACT really well, but not the math. You either know what's in front of you, you either know the equations, or you don't know the equations. No way to get around that. We're going to put this in here for, let's say, 25 bucks. ACT max score is 36. Yeah, 23 is pretty bad then. We are. All right. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It really didn't determine my success in life, the ACT. When I went to the community college, they were like, okay, show us your high school diploma or something like that. And I was like, I don't have that. And they're like, why not? I was like, I was homeschooled. They're like, oh. I remember this. I remember feeling kind of ashamed for it. They were like, ooh, how do we help you? And so they're like, okay, well, we have an aptitude test for you to take. I took their aptitude test, and they said, you're going to have to take remedial math. And it was kind of embarrassing, but I was like, also looking forward to it. I was like, yes, I'm going to get so smart. I'm going to be at the same level as everyone else. So I had to take a remedial math course, and it was tough. But I got it done, and yeah, it felt good. By the end of it, I felt like I'd caught up on a lot of things. It went over, what did it go over? Geometry, algebra 1 and 2, and pre-calc. So it went over those things pretty fast, and it really is just, do you know the formulas or not? Okay, the math ain't mathin'. Yeah. How about you guys? Did any of you guys get really good or really bad ACT, SAT scores when you were younger? We are. I was very nervous about it, I was sitting in a public classroom with a bunch of students who seemed to know what they were doing. They seemed confident, you know, like they belonged there. I didn't feel like I belonged there at all. I was like, what am I doing here? All right, so this is about $45. Very nice. I was like, I don't belong here. To put it into perspective, I had never in my life stepped foot into a public school before that point. There we go. So there I was, I think I was like 16 or something. I don't remember what age I was. And I'm taking the ACT, and I was like, I got no clue what I'm doing. There was no prep for it either. I didn't prepare for it. Yeah, I didn't prepare for it at all. Okay, set that up on the table. I hardly knew what it meant. I was like, as what I understood was it was like a test you took before you went to, before you applied for real college. You know what I'm saying? Man, they gave this a 9.5. That is so harsh, man. You do well if your parents do that for you. I blew away the SAT, but my parents put me through prep. My parents are like, you have to take the SAT so you can go to college. I was like, what? I was like, I don't know what that is. I'd sort of heard of it. And then one day I was just scheduled to go. Oh, that's just going to peel right off. Now I'm really using that college degree, huh? He said as he used pliers to open plastic. Pretty much, I got a glorified plastics dealer. Yes, what do you do now? I work in plastic. I don't want to hurt this card going too fast. I go faster when I'm breaking these live. I go faster than when I'm by myself. When I'm by myself, I really just take my time. When I'm on camera, I was like, let's get this done. Move on to the next order. I started smoking in high school and would take my tests high AF and pass them. The math teacher thought I was cheating, but the other students had to convince her I was actually smart. Nice. Okay. We were living in conservative Missouri, man. If you were doing like weed or something, my mom would have thought you were like the straight up devil, dude. She'd have been, that was why we didn't go to public school. My parents were terrified I wouldn't turn out Catholic, especially my mom. She was so worried that if we went to public school, we wouldn't be Catholic. That was a humongous fear for her. And look at me now. Still not Catholic. Let's snip this. There we go. Very nice. Let's see. Do you think future generations are going to be laughing at us for paying for and attending college? I think there was a point where college was a pretty good system. You went to the military paid for your college education and for you to buy a home, and it was this really great thing. Then college, I think, slowly turned into like a cash cow. I think they realized that you had kind of a good hustle where students were coming in and they'd learn all kinds of dumb things and they'd pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to learn. I think that's probably when it changed. And then we took the loans out of the private sector and into the government, and we just okay every single loan now, whether the degree is profitable or not. See, you used to have to explain to the bank what degree you were going after, and you used to have to explain to them that it was going to be profitable. And then the banks would decide if they wanted to make that loan. So if you wanted to go to school for like, I don't know, maybe gender studies, the banks might be like, well, maybe not. The banks would be like, I don't know. Maybe we don't do that one. But with the government will just okay any loan for any degree. So that's kind of how it is now. And yeah, so I think a lot of people are going to look back on college for the last 15 years as a very bad situation, sure. I think they're going to look back on it as a ridiculous proposition for young people that badly hurt them. And, you know, we may still get college forgiveness. Who knows? I don't think we should, because I think that'll end up just being, you know, I think it removes the authenticity of a financial loan. You know, just says, oh, did you make a mistake with your financial loans? Bippity boppity boop. Everyone else will pay for it, you know. So I don't think it's a good idea in general, but I do think people are catching on to the problem and avoiding it to a greater degree. What's scary is thinking that it's still ongoing. That's what's scary. So, like I said, some people are kind of catching on to it. Not everybody. Okay, what do we got? We got Mr. Sven, 1 live custom booster, and 10 Pokey Shuffles. You got it, man. Let's see. The TheCardconomist. Oh, yeah. My Catholic homeschooling included not a lot of math, but a whole bunch of learning how to defend the Catholic faith. So I am a master debater in Catholic doctrine, but I don't defend it. But I know all the arguments. There you go. So Sven, 1 live booster. Let's get into those custom shuffles. I read book after book after book after book of how to defend the Catholic doctrine just to become not Catholic later in life. 1, 2, 3. I actually enjoyed reading Pope John Paul II's writings. That dude was a smart freaking dude. I feel that reading his writings significantly contributed to my vocabulary skills and my writing skills. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. It's no wonder that he was the leader of their group at that time, because they picked a smart guy. That's what they did. I don't know so much about the current pope. He's like praying over an ice cube these days. Damn, bro. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, you just picked up the Persian. Nice. Okay. That card keeps getting pulled recently. Would you sell that red dragon for 130? I would need to look into the cheapest buy now, Mr. Aovic. I don't know how you came up with that term, but it would need to be the cheapest buy now. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So there it is, 20 going back in the box. Okay. Pretty good round for you there. Ready? We got 1. Starmie, huh? 2, 3, 4, and a 5. There we go. So this was an experiment with the live customs to try and include like actual pulls in the packs. There we go. I don't know how I feel about it, but it looks like you might have pulled a Starmie there. So you got a couple of these. And the Persian and the Starmie. Let's go hunting for Persian and Starmie. Whoa, I'm loving this bigger box. Allows me to fit more slabs in, huh? Oh, there it is. Haha. Last 3 sells at 130 as well. There we go. Okay, I might be interested in that then. We are. Let's grab this for Mr. Sven. Sven Jan Sen. Thank you, Sven. That completer coin's pretty expensive, huh? Compared to the dragon. Guess the completer coin's the highly desirable one in the set. There you go. But I'll take a look into it before we make an agreement, okay? So Starmie. Starmie. Ooh, we need to get rid of these. So these are the, we used to use these for the Poke Battles, but we're not doing Poke Battles so much anymore, are we? I'll move these down here for a minute. All right. Oh, very nice. Topps Chrome Starmie. Cool. Okay. I'm debating on getting both. Nice. I can tell you from experience from owning both that the Red Dragon looks nice, but I think the reason there's such a big price difference between them, like why does the market pay so much more for the completer coin? You stare at it longer. It's got this bizarre good look to it. That's why I also bought my gold coin as that completer coin, and the last sold on the completer gold coin was like $8,000. Doesn't Zach get the bounty for pulling the mango? Oh, heck yeah, definitely he does. Here goes. Mr. Zach, I want to help you get that bounty. That's one of the benefits from opening cards over here. You get into a pull list for the bounty if you hit. There it goes. You know what? We should give it also out to Mr. Sven. Why shouldn't you be able to do that with the Pokey Shuffles? Okay, there it goes. So Mr. Sven, he pulled the 5 Live custom card. Might as well give it to him too. You guys got to help remind me that stuff because I'll forget. Tricky to remember it is a new thing. The Bounty. Here it is. Okay. Oops. Let's see. What do we got over here? How about we start this up for the next giveaway? What do you guys want? This crazy G.I. Joe box or Beldum? I say we do the box. Let's get it over with, man. Let's give out something big. We're going to go with the G.I. Joe box. And should you be forced to open is the big question. I'm not going to force you to open it, but I tell you what, I'm going to make you tip me for keeping it sealed. So if you want to ship it sealed, $20, okay? So, because I very much would like to see this get opened, but I can understand why you might want to leave it sealed, okay? So if you end up getting pulled on this, you just got to tip me $20. We'll just get it shipped to you sealed. And really, that just means I make about $5 on a tip. So, it's so silly. It's a giveaway, so who cares, you know? But, you know, so I want to open it so badly. So you can choose to open it, or you can choose to keep it sealed. All right, so we got our list. And the keyword shall be 100K. So that's the keyword. It's going to be the same keyword. And the first person in shall be Uncle Mike. Uncle Mike. Here you go, Uncle Mike. No, the first person in shall be Alexis. Second person in shall be Uncle Mike. She's not had any luck, huh? She's going into all these. Always rip. We're going to give you the option to pay $20 and have it shipped sealed. Just because I know some people will want that very badly. But look, we're riding on it at least. Okay, cool. Nice. We got some good giveaways. Don't forget about the Heartbreak Break. If you guys want to support the channel and give yourself a chance to pull something insane, join the Heartbreak Break. That was very popular, actually. It's kind of moving on its own. We also have other interesting breaks like this. Battle Styles break is 2 people deep, 11 spots total. Yep, popular. There we go. Set this back over here. Of course, the Ancient Origins break has been moving. Have you guys been watching that? Mr. CSman took 2 spots in there. Ancient Origins up to 17 out of 36. I'd love to see this box go off. You can pay that down over time as well. Let's go ahead and take a look at these silver coins. Mr. Aovic's interested in some silver coins. I don't blame him. I'm all into silver and gold right now myself. I have a belief in inflation. So I believe we're going to see inflation. Gold, silver. Let me take a quick look into gold and silver. So, MS69 Red Dragon of Wales. See if we can find that real fast. Doobadoo, doo. Okay. Wow, the gold version of the coin sells for so much. Yeah, I think I'd have to agree with you that it's selling for 130. Wow, it says 9 sold. All right. And then let me see the other one. Completer coin is silver. You have to be careful when looking up the completer coin because many of them are not actually silver. And then there's a reprint of it with like the young queen, and it's not a coin, it's actually a bar. Oh, there is a completer coin in auction right now, so you can keep an eye on that auction. The cheapest completer coin right now is $425. So I've one for $340 that you could lock into Slab away along with that Red Dragon of Wales. You could put them in there together. Or you could wait for this auction to end and see how it ends. If the auction is higher, though, than $340, I'm going to raise the price just to think about that. So that is something to keep an eye on. Man, precious metals are cool. When you pull something hot from the boxes, you can always try to make a trade, by the way. Excuse me. So gold and silver on this channel is never going to be turned into like a direct break. We're not going to do that. It's just too weird. It's too close to money, I feel like. Although I think you really could host a break on it. Especially for the graded ones, like the actual graded coins. I think those do count as collectibles. But in general, I just kind of want to stick to cardboard. And however, if you do pull a big item out of a break, whether it be from the live customs or maybe it's from off the table, you can make an offer to trade me. And there's another silver coin I'd like to sell that hasn't been seen. I have a couple more silver coins. Let's see. Here they are. So these are also going to be available for sale, but I haven't chosen a price for them. They are. I think I'll end around 300. Yeah, like I have trouble believing it's going to go down because that's not the trend in precious metals right now. So the last one was 280. I believe it would make sense for it to go like 300, 305. Here we are. So here's the dragon. Of course, if you go and bid on it yourself, you're going to push that number higher. So you're going to push it up toward 340 if you don't buy this 341. My 341's cheaper than the $400 buy it now already. So that's beautiful. I kind of want to just hold on to that. Here's the Tauros. No, I'm just kidding. Those are cool. And then it's these guys right here. So I got these Death Stars. How cool are these, huh? I think I ever paid for these. Okay, so the Death Stars should be tradable, is my thoughts. So if you pull a big slab and you prefer a gigantic silver, by the way, it's considered 3 ounces. The Death Star is a 3-ounce coin. I think we'll end around 300. Let me look up the Death Star Let me look up the Death Star real quick. See what kind of prices we're looking at on that Death Star coin. It's going to be PF70 Death Star. Death Star 2, huh? And we want the cheapest one. Death Star 2, cheapest one. Looks like it is around $400 for the cheapest Death Star. Is that all? No, that's a PF69. I take it back. We have a PF70. So that's a higher grade. There it is, PF70. This one's considered a first release. That makes it like first edition, kind of. This one's not first release. So this one right here would be about $475. And then the first release one would be... Can't even find it. I don't know how much people care about first release, so I don't know. So but this one here would be $475. This is a first release, so I guess it's more expensive. I don't know. Let me check sold. That's their version of the first edition, by the way. I don't have anything to base it off of. I don't see any of them that have sold recently. But I'm curious, what did these last sell for? I mean, not what did they last sell for? What did I pay for them? Oh, wow, they're way up. Oh, that's great. So these have gone way up over time. That's very fascinating. All right, so yeah, so this would be about $475, and since these are first release, I don't know, $575, $550 maybe, $540. Let's say $540. That feels good. Yeah, $540. That actually feels like a good price on it. So I'll price these up right now. That's 3 silver Death Stars available. These are PF70, which is a perfect grade for them. And yeah, that is the best grade you can accomplish on a coin. How many I have? I got 3 of them. PF means that it's like a high relief coin. It means that it's so shiny that it's mirror-like, I believe. I sent an email. Can I switch it on my MetaZoo cards? Be PSA. Yes, sir. I can definitely do that. I saw that email. You know, these are surprisingly affordable, it almost seems, doesn't it? But I guess it's only 1 more ounce of silver, isn't it? It's only 1 more ounce. Wait, I just messed that up. That's a first release one. Hold on. First release is like early cert. Yeah, I guess they don't make the coins themselves first edition. They make the grade first edition. First release is like the first print of the coins, I'm pretty sure. Like they strike a first round of coins. And NGC knows this somehow. I don't know how they know this. I think it's because they actually work directly with the minting company. So like, you know how Pokemon doesn't do that? Pokemon doesn't send his cards straight to PSA. The coin companies kind of do that. When you mint coins, you send them directly after minting to the coin grading companies and say, here, just give us the good ones back. And by the way, these were the first struck ones. I can ride my bike with no handlebars. What? I'll be holding on to those other two. I like those Queen's Beasts ones a lot. I think I bought the bull for trading, though. All right, so now you know if you were to pull some big break or something, you can trade it toward this silver coin. Cool. It's when you submit to NGC within the first month of minting. Oh, okay, that's a fascinating idea. That is fascinating. That would be the earliest release of the coins. And then if they kept minting them, those would be second, third, fourth print run. I get it. Cool. I did not know that. I'm going to go ahead and place these somewhere. Honestly, I don't know where to put them. Guess right here for now. And that is how it gets all messy over here. Thank you, everyone, for letting me show you all this stuff. It's a lot of fun to show off this stuff. I'm going to raise the price on this. So this bad boy, he's very cool. I kind of want to raise the price and not worry about actually selling him. I'm worried he's actually going to sell. So I'd like to hold on to this guy longer if I can. I'm going to set this to 200, and that's a price that's meant to be so that he does not sell. Okay. So I actually like having the black label. It makes me want to keep it. It makes me want to personally keep it. Let's go ahead and refresh the website, see what's going on over there. Let's see, we're going to hit refresh. I think we need some new slabs in the live customs pretty badly. Okay, looks like that's the same. Let's rotate these. That is a Magic the Gathering card. That is a Hello Kitty card. And this is a cheap Gundam card. Oh, dear. Next up, we have this Pikachu, which got a 9.5, which is just, I can't believe it got a 9.5. I'm going to crack this one as well. Okay. We're having to regrade so many of these. Okay. Is that good enough? Hope that's good enough. This is the best way to open them as far as I can tell. Oh, but I don't think it gave me any leverage. All right, before I hurt myself, let's try the other corner. Did my last order go through? I'm sure it did. There we go. That's better. Okay. There's that. Wow, BGS must be the easiest one to open. So you can crack all your BGS slabs really confidently. PSA is dangerous. Tag's one of the absolute worst one to try and open. CGC is somewhere in the middle there. CGC is kind of similar to PSA. But Beckett, this one's easy to crack. That doesn't mean it's easy to fake it or anything like that. But yeah, it's just easier to get your stuff back out. I prefer that. Wish they all were that way. In case you disagree with the grading. Okay, you ready? All right. There it goes. I wonder what they found that they didn't like. That's a really good card. We can't have that card selling as a 9.5. It's a pity I even sent it, but just trying for that black label. We actually did get black labels, you know, the Garchomp black label. All the money made in the Garchomp is going to make up for all the money lost on these. you know? So that black label is going to make up for all the misses, all the 9.5s. All right, back to it. We got an order from Mr. Pat Gibbs. Hey, Mr. Pat. He says 2 more OP13s, 4 Pokey Shuffles. You got it. Thank you, Mr. Pat. I feel like this week has been brought to you by Pat Gibbs. Oh, no, wait a second. Pokey Shuffles. Put this over here. 4 Pokey Shuffles. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. What we got here? Wow, so lucky. Articuno 10. Ooh. Jumping over here. Articuno 10. Let's go looking for Articuno. I like this new box we're holding these in. It's much larger, more space. Kind of annoying, too. They slide down. Oh my god, it was literally the last slab. How annoying is that? Widowy. Man, I wonder when Mahi, Rockstar Mahi's going to show back up. Pat Gibbs. Okay. Now, these two. Let's see if we can get lucky in here. Snip that. Good. What a beaut. All right, what we got? What is this? What is this build? Here's an SR, lovely. And here's an SR. If you're watching this stream and you've never placed an order before, give it a try. You can place your first time order by heading over to the description in the live stream. You can check out the website as well. That's working. So there's 2 options, the description of the YouTube channel, or you can go to the website. Mr. Pat. All right, Pat. Here's this. All right. I notice it's really important that we meet new people, you know. There we go. There we go. Very nice. And let's see. What else we got? Oh, no. See, look at this one. This one got a 9. How did it get a 9? I'm going to take a picture of this one and see if this regrades into a PSA 10. I do not trust BGS. Their grading standard is extremely high. So let's go to the regrade channel. Regrades. Click. To PSA. We're going to examine this one when it comes out, though. I mean, let's take another look at it under the light. What's causing it to be a 9? It's actually so hard to tell in this BGS holder. Because you got to look through both the plastic and you got to look through the sleeve underneath the plastic. That's a 10, bro. Yeah, I don't know. If it is a 10, I want to see that out. I want to see that out. Print line, maybe. That's what I will be looking for when we get it free. Okay. So they gave us a freaking 9 on this, which is pretty tough. And let's just see if it actually looks like a 9. They must have found something and said, yeah, that's a 9. I mean, I believe they found something. But could it be perhaps borderline enough that it's technically a 10? It's a big card, so it's like you don't want this card to miss the 10. It's probably like a $100 card in a 10. You got the 30th anniversary around the corner. And these 25th anniversary cards are going to be very nostalgic for people just 5 years ago, when Pokemon card hobby was going nuts. All right. That's open. Ready? Let's just see. I honestly don't see anything on the front. And I honestly don't see anything on the back. I'm so annoyed. I don't know. All you bedheads, and I'm getting ready for work. I wish I can stop time for just a minute. Yeah? What would you do? Okay, there we go. A minute to breathe. Okay, that's going to be P. Okay. Tossing this over here. Scooby-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. If I could put time in a bottle. So we have completed Mr. Pat Gibbs' order. Thank you, Mr. Pat, for keeping the stream interesting tonight. We have a large Mr. Zachary Stekskowski order. He says, a box of EB3 and shipping. All right, this is it, Mr. Zach. This is the double. Let's see, is this almost over? This is the double manga right here. Double manga, everybody. A minute to enjoy this hobby. Ooh. Rotate these. We got this vintage dark muck in the front. I don't think anyone's going to go after that guy. He's too expensive for just being like a common card. So it's really, that card's meant for somebody who's going after the full rocket set in Japanese. You know, that's really niche. There you go. The new Frankenstein movie is pretty good, says Corn Rules. I haven't seen any movies since the Chainsaw Man movie. There we go. Throwing that away. If a PSA 9 is €345, is $500 for a 10 realistic? Yeah, I'd say that's very realistic. There we go. If it's very easy to grade that 10, that's a pretty realistic price. If it's hard to grade that 10, that could even be a deal. Like that could be a good price. Right? Like if it's very easy to get the 9 and very hard to get the 10, then it really ought to cost more than just $500. It probably ought to cost $600 or $700, or higher, or like $1,000. So, but it's also possible the 9 is overpriced. So don't forget that. You can't always rely on the 9 as some kind of anchor point because you don't know if the 9s are correctly priced. There we go. Here goes. There's no direct rule for what the value of a 9 versus a 10 should be. The market kind of decides. Here's a holo. It's a really old card. I got offered with the new cert. The card is like 26 years old. Here we are. Ooh. You get a card, I get a card, honey. You get a card, I get a card, dear. Okay, here's a holo. Here's a holo. You son of a bebop. Oh. That's going to be an SR. Oh, man, Minecraft music's so good. I hear this music playing and it doesn't bother me at all. That other music can bother me a lot when it's playing. Really triggers my screaming. Okay. I'll trade you 2 9s for a 10 in the bush. 2 9s are worth a 10 in the bush? Is that how it goes? I think it goes something like 2 birds in the hand. How does that saying go? 2 in the hand is better than 1 in the bush? Or is it 1 in the hand is better than 2 in the bush? It is. I actually can't remember that saying. Somebody look that up. Here's a holo. Here's a holo. 1 bird in the hand is better than 2 in the bush. Okay, that's the saying. All right. Oh. A bird in the hand is better than 2 in the bush. There we go. A Pidgey in the hand. Holo. Oops. Holo. And that's basically what that is. They're referring to a secure investment of a smaller size is more valuable than a large investment with high risk. That's basically what that saying is used for. It is. It's like one of those all your eggs in one basket kind of sayings, describing mistakes you make when deploying your money. Whose bird? Yo mama's. We have the saying, a sparrow in the hand is better than the pigeon of the roof. Oh, so a Firo, I'm just kidding. A Spiro in the hand is better than a Firo on the roof. George Bush. There we go. There we go. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, you can't fool me again. He was nice. All right, let's grab this, Mr. Zach. Ah, yes, President Bush. He was a good Christian boy. He was a real American. Oh, George W. Bush and Dick Cheney. Very good. Mr. Zachary Stex, let me go ahead and reset this. How many people are currently in that Team Rocket pack split? We got 3 people in there. Of course, it'd be 4 if you joined. Okay. Where are the bros at tonight? I know! Bring them back! You don't realize the bros you had until they're gone. Bro. Let me go open this up. I'm already in here, mister. Oh, you're already in there. That's why you're checking in. That makes sense. So we are getting the shipping ready for Mr. Zach. Set that to the side. What is this? This says crack on it. Just gonna start cracking everything. Zach Ari. Okay, Mr. Zach. Dooby-doo. Dooby-dooby-dooby. Scooby-dooby-dooby. All right, now we're just waiting for the postage to calculate, and that takes about 5 minutes. I loved when you told one of the bros he'd have to go to his house and talk to him if he wanted the card back. I thought it'd be funny to sort of pit them against each other to see how mean they'd be. Okay, I see it. I see why we might regrade something like this. It's a pretty good looking card. It's kind of tough that it got a 9, dude, because it's so close to a 10. All right. There we go. You know, it's not every little boy will throw his friend under the bus for a Pokemon card. So, you know, they were real greedy, actually, which is part of the entertainment, I suppose. Yeah, some guys would be like, nah, let my friend have the card. I don't mind. Nah, they were like, no, take my friend's card away. It's like, damn, dude. They were rabid. They were ready. They were like, F that guy. I don't know that guy. Give me the card. Please, bro. Please, bro. Please, bro. Please. Please, bro. Please, bro. Please, bro. I love you, bro. Yeah. Got an interesting concept of love, huh? I love your Pokemon cards when they're free. It's funny because if they had impressed me, if they had been like, nah, bro, let my friend have it. I don't want it. I might have been like, let's get these guys a free booster pack or something. Big brother, best bro. Yeah, big brother. Okay, there we go. Yeah, once they started throwing each other under the bus, I was like, all right. Toss that over there. There were a lot of things like that in my family when I was younger, you know. In my family, I 11 brothers and sisters. It was not, I talk about this, it was not a very good childhood. It's a very tough childhood. And a lot of the growing up in that family was about influence. You had to be influential. You had to be good at lying. You had to be good at detecting lies. You had to build like alliances. You had to have people on your side. You had to be careful because if somebody really hated you, they could really hurt you. Then there was nothing you could do about it. They could go around telling all kinds of lies about you. And so a lot of it was influence. You grow up, there were problems with influence and lack of resources and like their food, right? There just wasn't enough food. There's never enough of anything when there's 11 kids. So no matter what you had, there wasn't enough of it. So you had to be good at sort of controlling a narrative or controlling the feeling in the room or the feeling of the people who were on your side. And you had to be good at obtaining resources and maybe just violence, man. It was a violent house. So it was rough, man. But we're gonna send this off to Pete. No, we're gonna send this off to. There we go. Aha, send it off to tag. By the way, I noticed we have fewer submissions to tag this month than last month. I'd love to see more things sent off to tag. We get a nice price on the tag grading. Of course, that was true for PSA and BGS as well. Overall, the demand for the middleman grading is a bit down tonight, or not tonight, this week. You got Mr. Winston? You picked up on Bros Intentions and said, haha, nope. Well, I like to see it when people are sort of like sophisticated enough to go like, you know what? It's not, no, it's not sophistication. Maybe just having that sort of nature. That's what I like about, I'm with Karis, and she's like that. She would have been like, I don't want it. Just give it to the next person. She wouldn't have done that. She wouldn't have said, throw that other guy under the bus. Who gives a crap about him? And so I think that the world's kind of filled up with those two types of people. There's one kind of person that will say, screw that guy, give me the item. And then there's the other type of person that says, let the other person have a good time. I'll be all right. And it's way, way better to date people that are the second type of person, that are like the sort of like the givers rather than the takers, right? So it's an interesting concept, and I can smell it in people like from a mile away. They come in with a bit of an ego and a little bit of competitiveness. Actually, they probably sound a little bit like me, So I can detect it in people like that, because that was my whole childhood, was that feeling. And when people don't have it, I can also sense that very quickly. I can sense it because they're almost like victims. You're like, come here, you. All right, here's Evie. Very good. But I like those kind of people who I can feel like I can trust them and like they're nice. All right, Zach, let's see if that label prints. Wow, still doesn't have the postage figured out for that one. Figure out the postage. Gosh, stamp sucks, man. All right, but no, there's people you can trust. Here's Sven Jansen, 1 live custom booster, and 4 pokey shuffles. You got it, Mr. Sven. He's going a little deeper. I got that hater to stop spamming by buying him a slab, double and give it to the next person. Tag is pretty legit, not gonna lie. You picked up on Bros Intense. No cash price. The council has spoken. Mr. was playing Survivor at home. Yeah. No, it was fun. I got a lot of stories if you guys ever want to hear about what it's like to live in a really big family. Here it is. Oh, Chabak. Living in a big family meant when you ordered like Pizza Hut or something for dinner, which was very rare. See, because when you have too many children, you can't afford to go out to eat ever. So you just didn't go out to eat. But one of the rare exceptions was Pizza Hut. We'd get Pizza Hut every now and then. And, of course, back then it was much cheaper. But, my mom would get like the coupons. She would work on coupons and all that, right? And we get the Pizza Hut every now and then. 2 Pizza Huts. You got 2 large pizzas. And, let's say at some point it's 8 kids. 2 large pizza, 8 kids, 2 adults. You do the math. So everyone was allowed to get like 2 slices, and that was it. I think that was it. You were allowed to have 2 slices. And there was such a mad rush to get those slices because they were never evenly cut. So everyone knew if you were first in line, you were going to get the biggest cut from the pizza. And so there was a fight. There was always a struggle to get that pizza first. And this is that part of that growing up with endless competition, endless struggle, Ooh, look at this, Noctis. It's sort of personified every aspect of that childhood. Everything was like that Pizza Hut pizza. Everything was like if you fight really hard and get to the front of the line, you get the largest slice. You know what I mean? So it was like hyper competitive growing up. Look at that. Beautiful. I don't know what that's worth. I was thinking the Home Alone family. No, they seemed nice, actually. The Home Alone family seemed nice. That was another thing, though. There were other large families, and you could tell, like, there was varying levels of chaos in each large family. Noctis, Prince of Lucis. And we're going to go with the highest price. Different families had different levels of, like, chaos and toxicity. Ours was on the very chaotic side. Well, I don't know what to price this at, but we know he last sold for $316 as a pristine. Kevin fighting Buzz Playboys. What? All right. Okay. Try this again. What is going on here? Let's type in 10. Wolf says Pokey Rips. What's up, Mr. Pokey Rips? Now it's acting like it can't find this item. What the hell? Why is it doing that? But it looks like I can find one of these as a PSA 10 for $200. So what do you guys think the appropriate black label price for this would be? Let's take a quick look at Black Label Final Fantasy. Maybe that'll give us some clues. Okay, so there's Sephiroth. There's Lightning for 2.5. How about a less important character? What do they go for? Here's one that says Final Fantasy Buster Sword. That's for 1.1 thousand. Ninja. Oh, that's not even from Final Fantasy. That's not from Magic, anyways. Okay, so a number of these are not from that set. It sounds like probably about 1.2 thousand is what we're going to ask on this. He is the main character in Final Fantasy 15. What do you guys think? Do you think 1.2 is too low? He's the main character? Wow, I did not even know that. You play him. He's the main character. What do you guys think the right price is? The main character. That's how most of us got here. That's how my dad was raised in Mexico. They would place a pot of food on the table and the few tortillas they could make for that dinner, and they would all fight for it. There were like 9 in his house. It's hell, man. It's hell. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, I don't know. So I just placed him down for 1.2 for now. I don't truly know what this is worth. Patrick says 2.1. So you got it the other way around. You think so? He's not as popular as Cloud, but he does have a following, especially since he's in Tekken. All right, you're raising his profile. You're raising his profile. Patrick thought it would be better at 2.1, and you're saying he does have a following. Hunger Games. I'm going to say, you ready for this? I'm going to say 1,500. Okay, I'm going to leave it there. I hope I'm not underselling. I don't really know what I'm doing with them. Sometimes it's safer to go with the higher number, and if he doesn't sell, you can reduce it from there. Thank you so much, Mr. Zach, for the order. I appreciate it, man. Thank you, Mr. Sven, for the orders tonight. Appreciate it, man. Let's see if we can print that label for Zach now. Nope, still can't print the label. It's just not allowing me to print the label. I don't understand, dude. Let me print the label, bro. Why is it not letting me print the label? So we'll just give it more time, I guess. What if I was to change it to, like, tomorrow? Ooh, it looks like the iPad's going to die. Wow, the iPad dies super fast these days. I'm very into Final Fantasy. Mr. You forfought my Poke Shuffles. I forgot your Poke Shuffles. Let me take a quick look into that. It sounds like I could have done that. Hold on. Grabbing this. Sven said he had 4 Poke Shuffles. Did I really forget them? I'm sorry if I really did. I can't remember if I did or didn't. Here you go, Mr. Sven. Sent a Cash App order. Mr. Sounds good. Here you go, Mr. Sven. I didn't mean to forget you. I can't honestly remember if I did or not. 4 cold ones this time, though. That's unfortunate. All right. There it goes. Sorry about that. Okay. Sorry about that, Mr. Sven. Now we got Mr. Patrick Gibbs. He says, 1 more OP13 and shipping, but only for my slabs. Only for your slabs. So tonight we priced up 2 black labels are priced up tonight. The Garchomp and Noctis Prince of Lucis. The fact that I got 2 black labels out of that submission was a really important thing because it makes grading with Beckett worth it. You know, the 9.5s are kind of a big loss. Those would be better off as PSA 10s. But having 2 black labels with the premium that they pull in totally makes up for that difference. Here you go, Mr. Patrick. I'm back. Hey, what's up, Mr. CS Man? Let me see something real fast over here. What time is this? 3:22 a.m. in the morning. All right. So we're going to grab this. I love Final Fantasy too, but more X11 and before. What? You're just a cloud simp. There you go. Very nice. What do you think, Cactuar Queen? If I looked like Cloud, do you think I would be hot? Or do you think I'd just be like, would you just do one of those? So ship your slabs. Can we ship Zach yet? Oh, there it goes. It's working. Okay. Wow. That took a really long time. What is that card priced at? 1,500. One piece? Yes, this is called a black label. You probably already know about black labels. We have that one, and we got this one. I feel like they should be marked black label. I'll put the mark over here. There should be a way to identify them because black labels aren't very common to reach the table. So we got a nice little Garchomp. We got a nice little Noctis. They're pretty cool. I honestly don't feel like selling the Garchomp. As for the Noctis, I did not play that copy of Final Fantasy, so I don't have any strong feelings about him. So he's a good one to sell because I got to make up for all the cost of all the times I've graded with Beckett and not been able to grab a black label. I'm a jumbo Cactuar simp. What? Yes, with the sword and motorcycle. What? You like swords and motorcycles? We are. So Patrick, you need a label too. Hey, Mr. Patrick. You're just Mr. Pat Gibbs. And let me move this box out of the way now that we're done printing the label for it. Gunblade was cool. Oh, by the way, Cactuar Queen, I actually found a Final Fantasy Cactuar, and I'm grading it with tag grading, so we'll see how that turns out. Actually, I'm wondering if I should send those off to BGS, you know, because I noticed other people were grading those Final Fantasies at BGS, huh? Okay, so we're just waiting for this to pick up a price. In the meantime, we'll click out of there. Pat, we're waiting for that label to show up. Let me check the website. I think the queue is emptying out here, guys. It is a Tuesday night. Tuesday's a little bit slower. Mr. Victor, this might be him. He says, Red Dragon and Completer coin. Red Dragon coin, slab away the Completer coin. All right, you got it. So we were just discussing that. I'm all up into silver and gold at the moment because I think it's a great time to have those things with the possibility of all this inflation. Collecting silver and gold is not such a bad idea right now. You know, if you're like a collector of it, probably not a bad idea. For example, these have not hurt to hold on to for so long. They've basically just gone up. So I got these back in 2021. Let me tell you about the price of silver in 2021. Price of silver per ounce. So silver price charts. I'm going to give you guys some data. All right, silver over the last years, a couple of years, I guess. There it goes. So in 2021, silver was what? What's this number? I don't recognize this number. I want it in dollars. What are they measuring it in? PKR? Yeah, let me go to a different website. I hate how complicated this gets. PKR, huh? Everybody's got their own silver chart. It's so annoying. You wish you would just have like a Google chart. Is there not just a Google chart? Wow, man. Google needs to get on that or something. Let's see. How much for a few of those Ancient Origin booster packs? Yeah, so the Ancient Origin booster packs are right over here, and they're $260 per each. They're coming out of a sealed box, and they're going to be opened all at the same time. That gives you your very best chance at pulling a big hit. Like, for example, Mr. Littlefoot, let's say we had an already open box of Ancient Origins, and the packs maybe are a little cheaper because the box is open. Yes, but you don't know if a guy came in before you and already pulled the hits out, and I'm not going to tell you that because I'm not obligated to. So Do you really want those loose packs? It's better to be in the box break. Plus, it makes for great content, too. So you'll be in a cool content clip. What? The price of silver is 52? Wow. That's nuts. The price of silver back in 2021. Let's see, price of silver in 2021. The price of silver in 2021 was $25 an ounce. So, and now it's $51 an ounce. Wow. That's absolutely ridiculous, dude. That's crazy. All right, well, let me go ahead and give this to our friend, Mr. Aovic. Thank you, Mr. Aovic. So then the price of this 2 ouncers, you're pretty much just getting it at spot plus the value of the grade. I guess I'm okay with that. It's not a big deal. Here. I only bought this to grade it and sell it anyways. Okay. Silver and gold. It's on the menu, guys. You can buy a completer coin. You can put it into Slabaway for just $5. You can find that in the description of the live stream. Oops. Mr. Pokemon Man, howdy, y'all. Howdy, y'all. It is a Final Fantasy card. Okay. Oh, I was going to use your nickname, but Alexis will want your real name. There you go, Victor Cardenis. Haha. Good. Nice. And now, this will be going up into Slabaway for you. Mr. always tempts me, but I must save. I have 3 days left. You must save. Okay, so let's get a price tag on this so that we know what we agreed to in the future. That's important sometimes to know what we agreed to. There it goes. I'm hoping there won't be more people than there was for the Mego Evo release. How many people here want me to host another box break for Fantasmal Flames? Anybody? We hosted it once. The break went off. Some people lost money. One guy got a whole box. I can do that again. Or you can just wait for it to arrive tomorrow and just open it like a normal person. What do you want? I'll do whatever you guys want. If there's a lot of interest in a break, I'll host it. If there isn't, I won't host it. Okay, it looks like you applied $5 to the coin. I don't know why I seal it shut. It's not really necessary. You can just leave the sleeve open. Let's go to the Slabaway. We'll come down here to the V. This one will say November 25, Victor Cardenis. MS69 completer. 340, 335. There it is. Okay, lovely. Wow, so the price of silver really went up over time. That's very fascinating. Okay, that box is full now. Ugh. Now, what are you guys saying? I have made sure to keep my schedule clear for Friday. I'm going to be there early in the morning at GameStop and pick up as much PF as I can. I'm going to max out at 2 booster boxes. Oh, yeah? Nice, dude. Good luck. I hope you get some. We are? All right. Hopefully Pokemon just prints the shit out of this one and it goes down in price, if anything. Can I pay the Slabaway next month or would you like it sooner? When it comes to Slabaway, the agreement is 6 months. So you don't owe me anything until 6 months have passed. Well, I shouldn't say that. You should get it halfway paid off by 3 months. That's part of the rule. But yeah, you don't have to pay it off right away. It's not a rush. I assume that'll be, you know, it's like rented for 6 months, you know, and then at the end you have to finish buying it. Okay, let's get a little rotate here. How about this guy? So this is Pokemon Poker Eevee. Let's lower this card down to $60. We're going to lower the price on that one. And toss this in the Poke Shuffle. So at $60, that one will require, well, how many spots? 14? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14. Right? No, not 14. It require 12. I can't do math. I'm sorry, guys. Your preference, mister. You helped me out, so I want to see what you want. Oh, well, I always like it when the items are paid off quickly. So, you know, if it makes no difference to you, obviously faster is better. Here it is. But we gave you 6 of diamond. We gave you no fee on that one because you paid the last one off so fast. So you got a pretty sweet slab away deal where you're basically getting the slab away for free. So yeah, you don't have to rush it, man. Just up to you. There it is. Okay. Put that up there. This guy, huh? We got this guy. We got the Mimic U. Can we get one more 9 together? There's a 9.5. We have a channel into Discord server for 9s now. How sad is that? Torterra. Ah, here we are. Good. Okay. All right, latest by the 25th. Nice. So we're going to jump over here and post this into the 9s and lower channel. Okay, the picture's been taken. All right. Good. I'm going to bring these back now. How about this Arith Gainsborough? She got a, wow, it's a beautiful card. This is so clearly going to grade 10 with PSA. Do I regrade it or do I crack it? Or do I regrade it or do I sell it as is? Hi, can you draw Jeffy, please? I could definitely draw Jeffy. Did you need me to draw Jeffy? By the way, if you're watching and you're brand new and you want to place your first-time order, check out the description of the live stream. We even have a special bonus Charizard card for a first-time order. I'd love to hand that out. All right. Don't forget, guys, we actually have a jumbo break going on now. So this is the same one as the other day. $40 to get in here. It finished super fast the other day. And we'll see if it does that again. What's this? Is this an abandoned bag? Dalbian Ford. Oh, yeah. Okay, so that's abandoned. All right. I'm from Bulgarian. He's Bulgarian. How do they say hi in Bulgarian? Let's go ahead and take a look at the next order. So we got Mr. Sven, 1 more live custom and 5 pokey shuffles. You got it, man. 1 more live custom and 5 pokey shuffles. Well, Mr. Sven, you're going to pull a little Topps Weeping Bell. Cool. And how about those pokey shuffles? They haven't made a Groudon V, VMAX, GX, or EX since Ancient Origins. Ooh, a new Groudon sounds amazing, dude. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There it is. Okay, good luck. You got Hoppip. I know what you got. That's the Rocket Returns Hoppip. Oh, man, that card sucks. Let's go find it. Not every card is a good pull in the box. Sometimes there's a less than awesome pull. This would probably be one of those. It's a it's still a vintage card. So you actually pulled a vintage card. Here it is. Look, and it's in English too. That's an English 2004 vintage card from the Rocket Returns set. Who knows? Maybe you can sell it to a guy trying to complete the set. Maybe you can flip it for more than 40 bucks. But I'm just getting rid of it. So it's all yours now, Mr. Sven Jansen. Okay. We'll toss this away. We don't need that. We printed the Zach label, but we didn't put it into his bag. I didn't know we did that. Let me go ahead and place this into the Zach bag. And then now we need to test for that other label if it can be printed. It should be printed. Let's see. There it is. Pat Gibbs. Print. Sorry, bro. I have to go now, man. What? You have to go? I want you to stay. Supersonic, I'll do anything. You got to stay. Okay. Pat Gibbs, your slab label is printed. Boy, Alexa's going to have a lot to do on Friday. She's got a lot to do. Grab this bag here. You know, we need some new cards to go into that box. Dark Muck's tempting. I mean, he is a solid vintage card. Just maybe not the card I would get super excited about necessarily. Dark Muck. I feel like he belongs on eBay, but we need to unlock that eBay channel first. Kyogre also didn't get a GX, VMAX, or EX. One was the Primal Kyogre from AO. Uh-huh. Ooh, I like this song. All right, let me take a picture of these. This will be under the All Slabs channel. That Dark Muck is good. It's just, I don't know who's going to buy it. Okay, Dark Muck in the D-box. Torterra in the T-box. And Radiant Steelix in the R-box. There it is. So the table is nice and pushed back now. I like that. That means we got plenty of room for more slabs. Good. He only got a V card. Who got a V card? Wow. Wow, that is a good song. I like that. So, guys, the queue, in fact, is empty right now. If you're looking to throw any cards into the onto the table, we got some of these to put away still. There's a Beatrice Moniz card. Martin Ramirez, Kevin Biederzicki, Martin Ramirez. So let's get this Beatrice. So now when we host the breaks, I owe people these cards, and to make the breaks go faster, I just put them to the side. But this is a great opening for me to fix this. There's a couple things we could work on if it's a slow night. For example, well, I think what we ought to focus on is getting some new slabs up in the live customs. The live customs is almost empty, which is a great sign. It means that a lot of slabs have been picked up. There we go. My battery's at 5%. You got to stay. Supersonic Venny, you got to stay, man. I'll give you free Pikachu. Here's Mark Simon. Let's take care of Mark Simon here. I was talking about Kyogre. He only got a V card. Matthew Martin. Oh, here's the Martin Ramirez bag. Maybe Mark Simon needs a new bag. Let's give Mark Simon a new bag. This is from the breaks just a couple days ago. I just put them all in together. What do you guys think about those custom break packs having cards in them? Are you a fan of that? Does it affect your decision to join a break? Or is it just like you don't really think too much about it, you don't care? Maybe it depends on what you pull, you know? I think the guy who pulled that Charizard VMAX probably didn't mind it. He was probably like, yeah, I like that. Here's Martin Ramirez. And here is Martin Ramirez back here as well. There it is. Okay. Wait, mister, that means there should maybe also be a Mega Tyranitar EX coming soon? Yeah, hopefully. I mean, there's a lot of Mega Pokemon they can use, so hopefully. I don't actually like Mega Tyranitar. I think he looks a little goofy. I like the original Tyranitar better. Sean Gallagher, Kevin Biederzicki, Andrew. Martin Ramirez again. Glad I caught that. All right. I don't know what this guy's singing now. There you go. Very nice. Oops. Tossing this up here. There's a new set called Mega Dream coming in on the 28th that chases a Gengar. Yes, I'm aware of that. I'm waiting for the opportunity to be able to put that into pre-orders, but I have not been given a price. I asked for a price. He said he didn't have one yet. All right. Sean Gallagher doesn't have a bag. I'm going to create a bag for Sean Gallagher. So that's another thing. I feel like this system will end up creating a lot of small bags for people that maybe they don't care for. That's going to absolutely balloon the market again. It could. I mean, the fact that they're putting out good set after good set after good set is pretty amazing. Okay, 1125. Good. Kevin Biederzicki, Andrew Martin, and Jose Ardondo. So we had Kevin just a second ago. If you send in an order, let me know. Mention it in the live chat. I might pre-order a box on Phoebe. There we go. There we go. Very nice. Oh, Phoebe. Okay. And now Andrew Martin. Andrew Martin's going to be over here. I think what you meant to say is you're going to order a box over here. I'm pretty sure that's what I just heard you say. Let's see. Aha. There's a Dragonite in this set too. There it is. Oh, it's that ugly winged Dragonite. You know, I tried really hard to like him, but for the love of me, I can't like him. He's ugly. Nathan Norman. Let's see, Nathan Norman. I bet you Nathan has a bag right here. Nathan gonna be like, where did I get that from? There you go. And then finally, Jose Redondo, and then we're done. Nice. Jose Redondo. Lovely. Good. How about picking slabs for the live custom boosters? What do you guys think about that? Pick some slabs out. Let's see what we got over here real fast. We got anything interesting in here? Oh, that's cool. Looks like what we could be doing is cracking some of these BGS slabs. Because, oh, this actually got a 10, though. You know, some of these executors, I'm probably just going to forward those to Tag or something. Might as well. I mean, well, I don't know, because they're so cheap, it might not be worth the time. So I might store them, and as they go up in price, then send them off to BGS. I will, too, mister. I should open more packs with you so I can pay you to get them graded. This. All right. What kind of breaks was this? Hey, what's up, Grady Williams? That was a regular slab break. Now the slab break booster packs have a little bit in them. Hey, we got an order from Mr. Sven. Let's take care of that. Thanks, Sven. Let me hit refresh on all the queues. What's up with that Tifa? Yeah, we're about to find out a price on that pristine Tifa. So that's the BGS pristine. It's hard to get a pristine. And I'm sure it costs a little more than a PSA 10. So here we go. Your next Mr. Sven. And it says 2 live custom boosters and 4 Poke Shuffles. You got it, man. 2 live. We got 1 and we got 2. Oh, look at that. You got Diglett and Duck Trio. That's actually really fun. There it is. Now, how about these Poke Shuffles? There is a legit way of getting better grades through the order you submit your PSA submission. It's called sequencing. I don't know about all that, man. People have beliefs that they can do one thing or another, and I don't buy into that. That's superstition. There we go. Okay, you ready? I think there's really one thing that works. Get a generous grader. There we go. Which might not be a thing anymore if they're using increasingly technological ways to grade the cards, which I'm sure they keep very secret. Oh, that's a cold round this time. I'm so sorry, Sven. Yeah, people always think they have a trick for like gaming the grading system, and especially if they're a content creator, they're going to make like a video where they're like talking about it so that you click on that video and they make ad revenue. So you got to remember that about any YouTuber, any YouTube system. The person is incentivized to grab your attention whether they're telling the truth or not. That's one of the fastest things you learn as a successful YouTuber. You learn that you really get maybe some of your best views from content that's just spreading misinformation. So if you say something wrong, people fix it for you. If you say something controversial, people fight with you. And yeah, you get a lot of views that way. You don't get views from saying something like what I just said. If I said there's no tricks, you just get what you get, that doesn't get any views. But it's the truth. I mean, I've been grading with them for so long. That's just the reality of it. It kind of, you know, because I've tested that kind of stuff too. Like I've tested situations where I send 10 of the same card, and I've tested situations where I take maybe like a hard to grade card and throw it in there, and I kind of observe the outcomes. Like, okay, if there's the same card being sent to them 10 times, do they grade it harsher, you know, or do they gain like an appreciation perhaps for the fact that one of them looks better than the rest? You know, like how does it work? Like, does it become a relative 10? And guess what? There is no pattern. I've done it for so long. There's no pattern. The only pattern is, this is the only pattern I've seen. And so I think this is a reality. Sometimes you get an order where it seems like the whole order is graded extra harsh. And sometimes you get a whole order where the whole order seems a little nicer. And there's no explanation for that. But I can tell you what the explanation is. It's not the same person grading your cards every time. That's the explanation. Different guy each time. So that's what it is. Tifa Lockhart. Ooh. She looking like mommy. BGS, I don't know. I don't own many BGS or buy BGS. BGS is good. So Tifa, here we have, well, that's $2,000. That's not right. Surely she can't be 10. Oh, I'm still scrolling down. There we go. Okay, we're scrolling down. Here is a BGS Tifa for $625. But the English Tifa's as cheap as $300. Those are Japanese. We can all live together. Oof, Tammy. Hubs may have a job soon. However, everybody's lowballing him. I hate to hear that. Wait, is this it? Is this the same card right here? Borderless Surge Foil R 0536. All right, here's a cheaper one for sure. How cheap does this card get? Damn, dude, there's like naked Tifa cards on the internet. What the fuck? I don't want to see all that. Click. All right, I think I have a price for our Tifa. And honestly, she ought to just be a break because she's in a great range for a break. So this Tifa is going to turn into a break. All right. Okay, it's going to be an 8-spot break. Very nice. I could make it into a star spot break too, make it officially 9, but I don't know. This is a bit of an experimental break, so because I don't know what the excitement for a Tifa is going to look like. We'll see what it looks like. $40, 1 in 8, no star spot. Draw Jeffy now. Jeffy, let's see what draw Jeffy means. Draw Jeffy meaning. Drawing Jeffy. You mean the guy with the pencil sticking out of his nose? I guess I could. I don't know, bro. Here we are. I think if you send 10 in one sub, you could very easily be throwing away 8 10s because one grader could simply view all of them way harsher than if you sub those cards on 10 different subs. See, and that's what I'm saying. Like, there's no way to prove that. There's no way to say doing it one way or the other is better. Like, what if you send in all 10 and that day you get a grader who's a newbie and he accidentally makes them all 10s? Well, then it's good that you sent them all in at the same time because if you spread it out, you'll get an average return probably from various graders. So you can put all your eggs in one basket and hope you get a good guy, or you can spread it out and get an average return, which will include some lower grades. So, but I do think there is a variance in grading between the graders. And I think they try to avoid that, but I think it's like very hard for them to avoid that. So this one's going to say, what should it be called? Maybe the Tifa break? Yeah, let's just call it the Tifa break. We could call it the Final Fantasy break, but let's be honest, this is the Tifa break. Do I ship to Sweden? I definitely ship to Sweden. I love shipping to Sweden. But actually, you know, the funny part is we've shipped to Sweden like a bunch of times because Mary's in Sweden and she used to, back in the day, she used to buy hella amounts of cards. We are. Way smarter to send to 10 different people. Draw Jeffy now. Hubs may have a job soon. He better get that job, Tammy. All right, what do we got next? I'm going to hit refresh. Do you ship to Uranus? Aha, ha, ha, ha. Let's see. Let's hit refresh over here. And let's hit refresh on this. Okay, spread her out. Oh, my God. Not if you're eating McDonald's every day, Troy. All right, Troy, we're getting you on the lean diet. You're going to have ripped abs. You're going to have rippling biceps. We are. When we're all done working out together. And then you're going to be a pussy slayer, bro. Sven Jansen, 2 more live custom boosters. You got it. Oh, Lord. What do we have here? Ah! You're lucky, Sven, because I was just waiting for someone to snipe you. But it's kind of a slow night, so you're not getting sniped. Very lucky. Very verily. Okay, so you got a little Starmie as well. That might grade 10, by the way. That's not a bad card. And let's come over here. Let's see, Kitty Bruiser. Oh, yeah, these are the Halloween Gengars. That's right, we had a couple of these at the time, and I was slipping them in there. Haha, slipping them in there. Okay, cool. Not bad. Oh, yeah. Ooh, spooky. It's nice because he's Cosmic Hollow, and he's hard to grade 10. Did you know that? He's hard to grade 10. You hold on to this, Mr. Sven Jansen. Mr. Three-Eye Atlas wants to know if you'll ship to them. Yeah. Three-Eye Atlas is a spaceship. Aliens. There we go. Very nice. Ta-da! Toss that up there. Gengar gets tossed over here. Ow, my butt, my back. You ever just sit down too much? God, dude. I need to, like, stretch or something. So, you know, those live customs are running quite low. Quite. We have a new Tifa break now. These Scarlet Violet guys are apparently 40 bucks each. That's nothing. But this is kind of an issue, too. We can't have that guy be a 9.5. We gotta regrade him. Doobie boo, ba doobie boo. Those aliens better not crash my backyard. What's with that rock? What rock? The third one from the sun? Oh, you know, it's aliens. Aliens. All right, set this over here. Kind of reminds me how, remember there was the whole submarine incident that killed the billionaire or whatever? Three-Eye Atlas reminds me of that, where it's like anyone who knows anything about space knows it's not an alien ship. But the media and the scientists are kind of whipping it up like, oh, but it could be an alien, you know, just to play with you guys. All right, there we go. There we go. Good. That was quick. So, this will be sent back into PSA. Good. Scooby-Dooby-Dums. All right. Let me hit refresh. We are slowing down a little bit as a stream, guys. What time is it? It's only 3:55. And we do need to get some new cards up in that live customs, don't we? What do we got down here that still hasn't been repriced? Oh, yeah. So, Panini Blooper Mario Bloop. And this Super Mario Princess Peach. Mamma mia. Pizzeria. That's really hard to grade 10, by the way. But let's drop it down to 30. Okay, let's drop it down to 30. So we're dropping that all the way down. What song is this, mister? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go, 6. Would you believe me if I told you this is the Minecraft guy's music? This one's called Work, Life, and Balance, I think. It's called Deef. There you go. Yeah, this whole album's cool. He made other albums. You want to turn it up? There you go. He made a couple albums of songs, not just the Minecraft music. Here it is. And I guess Microsoft kicked him off of working on Minecraft when they bought Minecraft. How tragic is that? That guy made Minecraft what it is. Like, it wasn't just Notch. It was C418 too. His music was really good. You know, the music sets the ambiance. And without it, it's just not the same game. Like, try playing Minecraft with the music off. It's crap. So, you know, he helped make that game what it is. And then, you know, Microsoft was like, bye-bye. And it was because he wouldn't give up the rights to the music. That was why. So he wouldn't give up the rights to his own music to greedy-ass Microsoft. And Microsoft said, fine, we'll make our own casino with blackjack and hookers or something. So it's super disappointing. Excuse me. All right. I believe it is time for us to price some more stuff up. Did you guys take a look at this? I was showing these off. $475 for this one, $540 for this one, $540 for this one. These are graded perfect grades, PF70. You can trade me Pokemon cards for this, actually. Yes, you can trade Pokemon cards for this. Tonight, after introducing silver and gold back to the table, we were able to sell 2 coins today. That's nice. And I know whenever Mr. Brandon Wong's Charizard comes in, he's probably going to trade me. He is probably going to trade me. Oh, man, there's a lot of cards, huh? Let's grab a couple of these then. So these are from John Lucas. Got some more John Lucas cards here. We never priced these. These are really hard to price. That's why I actually don't know how to price them. But I know Brandon Wong's going to want some of that gold. I can already tell. Have you ever tried pre-grading apps for cards before you send them out to grade? That's an interesting idea. I don't think that would work very well. However, I do think they could be useful for like centering, right? I do think if you had like a forensic setup to take pictures of cards, you could significantly increase your odds at a Beckett Black Label 10. And so that would be really interesting. You basically need a computer to detect the centering and then also forensic imaging to detect flaws on the card. But yeah, if you could have an imaging process for all of your raw cards where you don't use your eyes to grade, you actually use a computer setup to grade. Imagine the potential of that. Like, you could just literally sit down and pre-grade cards all day at super high efficiency, super high effectiveness as well. So efficiency and effectiveness. You get your 10s filtered out very quickly and very accurately, and that would make you a ton of money. But the question is, how cheaply can you recreate that setup? That's the question. All right, so these will undoubtedly be a little bit expensive. This is Otto von Alvensleben, and this one's called Pamiat from Azure Lane. And this one's called Azuma, also from Azure Lane. So these are Azure Lane signatures. And I don't know how fast these would sell, because I don't know if we have the right people watching. Hey, what's up, Eddie Shelton? Have you ever tried? I already read that. Who has a camera? You said the song was Deef? That's right. Deef. Okay, you ready? This is going to say 10 Weiss Azuma signature. The Azuma signature. This one's in English. The ones on the internet are in Japanese. Let's check completed. There are no English ones that have sold recently. No, all right. So then our next step is to look for the card in general. Let's see. I do not see the card at all. What if I was to type in Weiss Azuma signature English? No matches found. So I can't even price it because I don't know what it would go for. Well, the cheapest Japanese one sold for $254. Maybe I should offer that one at around $400. I just honestly don't know what it would sell for. I'm kind of out of my depth with these cards. It's unfortunate, but it's true. Here's Pamiat. It's pretty easy to sell the Weiss Pamiats. Let's type in the second half of the name, actually. Mercuria signature. Okay, girl cards. Here it is. We have one in Japanese for $184. Once again, he's got his in English. I don't see an English version for sale, so I don't know what it's worth. Okay. And this one on the left actually is in Japanese. So this one's Alvin Sleben. Signature. Why is Alvin Sleben? So this one's easy. We could actually price this one. This one, it's about 190 plus 50, which is 240. So it's about 240. So that one can be priced at 240. What? Jeff's the main character of SML? What? That's what I want. Okay, John Lucas. Here's Pamiat. So Pamiat was about 180 in Japanese. Let's make it 250 in English. Let's make it 240 in English. These are made-up prices. And then this card, the top price in Japanese was 400. Let's make ours 380. That was the top price, not the cheapest price. Because again, there's nothing to compare this to. It's being sold by itself. So there we have it. I don't know if you guys... Let me ask you a question. We got 61 people watching. Thanks for watching, guys. How many of you guys are interested in signature cards like these? I get a feeling it's maybe not the biggest audience. We need NHCC back. You know, we used to have a larger Weiss audience, I feel. We used to have a couple guys were more interested in Weiss, and I feel like that kind of slowed down a bit. Actually, I feel like that slowed down when... I feel like that slowed down back in January when Pokemon kind of took off. I feel that because Pokemon was doing so well, these other things started not doing quite as well. By the way, what would this look like if we lifted this? And could a slab fit up here? That's what that would look like. You could hardly read it. I don't know if that would be useful. You couldn't read it. Maybe we can actually hang something else up here. I don't know if you could actually see the slab from that distance. Did you see that? Where's LaFlame? Yeah, LaFlame. I think he's taking a break from card collecting. I heard he liquidated quite a few cards. He liquidated the manga rare he pulled, and he liquidated his signature. It was the signature Charizard that he pulled. It was what's the name of that set? From Legendary Collection. I was like, really? It's such a good card. Look at this poor Aerith. Aerith Gainsborough. I suppose we should try to sell this first as a 9.5. Oh, wow, the Luffy manga. He pulled the Luffy manga from OP5 English. Highly desirable. And it was super cool. And I really liked him. He's fun. He talks a lot of the same things I like to think and talk about. So he's always welcome to come in here and talk all he wants. I think he's just taking a little break from the Pokemon cards. We are. Okay, click on this. Hey, oh, right. I have to print some eBay labels out. Aerith Gainsborough. Let's see this. Wait, is the Aerith expensive? I'm going to be quite busy in December. I might not be able to come in every day. Yeah? I don't know if we can accept that. Let's see. What's the 10 on this? Oh, so she's quite expensive. So this card's getting cracked. It's too valuable to be sold as a 9.5. Okay, set that back over there. He opened a whole collection box. Yeah, I did it in a video too. Where'd you get all those surge foils? Yeah, it cost me over $1,000. Wow. There it goes. Meh. What did it cost? It cost me like 1.4 thousand, didn't it? It's pricey. And I was like, I gotta do this. You might see more content like that, so I have more cards to grade. I actually have more Final Fantasy cards left to grade, but they're more like the B tier cards. You know, like it was obvious, grade Aerith, grade, you know, Tifa. That's easy and obvious. Then there's some cards that are not so obvious that might still be valuable. Okay. You're going to be quite busy. I'll be quite busy in September. Indubitably. Okay, so far I've been lucky and I haven't damaged any of these. You know, when you're cracking these cards out, if you damage one, you don't actually save that much money at that point. You know, you kind of instantly lose maybe hundreds of dollars. So that is the downside to cracking slabs, really. That and getting plastic that gives you plastic splinters. Yeah, the BGS slabs are clearly the easiest ones to crack. There we go. Lovely. Wow, that is one very clean card. I wonder if I resubmitted this to BGS if it would get the exact same grade. Imagine it upgraded into a like a pristine 10. It'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Okay, we'll probably send that to PSA or something. Okay. Has anyone helped me with anything lately? Has anyone done any little helpful jobs or anything? I like to put people onto the giveaway for free if they help me with something. You are? Let me think. Who's had the worst luck tonight, too? Has anyone had very bad luck? Well, I'm going to put Sven Jansen on. I love that Sven Jansen's here, and he's gone very deep. You're already on here, Sven, so you're going on twice now, I guess. Thanks, Sven. Okay, and G.I. Joe. Yeah, we got a whole box of G.I. Joe here. It's an odd item, but it's fun to give it away. 8 is Paul Newman. Thank you, Paul. Okay. I think it's best to reset the queue because some of these names are probably pretty old now. All right, so that's been reset. All right. They have trading cards? I would love to get in that. Yeah, we got to get you in that. Let's see. Ooh, what if we allowed people to use their bounty spots as a way to get into ongoing giveaways? So you can abandon your place in a bounty to say, put me directly onto that giveaway. I'd rather do that. There's Pikachu McDonald's, Pikachu McDonald's, Pikachu McDonald's. Look at that. Cool, man. I like these McDonald's Pikachus. They obviously got much cheaper, but I think I'm just going to hold on to them. I really think they might go up in value. I don't know when, but like maybe in a couple years. I think the fact that they used to go for 300 means that one day they'll go for 300 again. There you go. You just got to give them some time. They need time, baby. So, yeah, we've done it. We've done the rotation. All the slabs have rotated now. And I think we better tackle a brand new rotation. So I think the way that works, we have to recreate the channels. I think we have to have an AJ channel. Why is the AJ box so full in the first place? This AJ box is much more full than this box here. The AJ box is the most full box. That's troubling that the AJ box is so full because I didn't expect it to fill up so much. Yes, we're prepared to do our big rotation now for the beginning of the year, beginning of the month or whatever. I don't think we can get it done once per month anymore. So it's once every 2 months now or something. And it definitely feels like there's not enough room for this rotation. Let's begin by rotating all of the expensive slabs, perhaps. So when was the last time they were rotated? Let's see. 1025, that was actually recent. The commission slabs need rotating too, and we need to finish pricing up all the commission slabs. So I think that that's actually the target right now. It's the commission slabs. So we're finally working on the commission slabs. Oh yeah, and restocking the live customs is an issue. Yeah, we need to do that. Put this over here. Now, What do we have over here? So much dust, man. I feel we have way too many girl cards. We've got too many girl cards, and they don't sell. I'm a little worried about girl cards at this point. We are. I think it's not that girl cards don't sell, but they might sell way faster on eBay. So I think that would be the better choice. These are good, though. I've already priced that one up before. Okay. All right, so we got some stuff to reprice now. Good. Let's get it started. And this is for what? Jimmy Torres? Jimmy Torres, I'm pretty sure. Should say on the back, huh? Yeah, Jimmy Torres. All right. Now Jimmy. I actually remember this guy because I would do the Now Jimmy joke with them, which was from South Park. Okay. So it looks like we already priced this Gengar. And here's a Princess Leia. We're not going to do this one. It's a girl card. I think it's very hard to move these girl cards right now. Okay. You have to adequately show off and advertise assets of the girl cards. So we got some TCC slabs coming up, and these can be pretty tricky to price too. What we do with TCC slabs is we underprice them. We tend to go about 25% cheaper than a full PSA price. So a lot of these TCC slabs will be quite affordable. If you've been thinking about picking up one up, now it's a great opportunity to do that. And what we have here with Jimmy Torres, he's selling off some cards to put some cash together in real life. Let's see. We're going to say 9. Charmander, Korean 151, which is what we have here. How to move them if they don't hit the table. Well, there's a 10. The 10s go for about 60. Okay, so the problem is I don't see a PSA 9 for sale at all to compare it to. PSA 9, Korean 151. So we have nothing to compare it to. Let me try CGC 9. That might work. Okay, nope. It's almost like people don't bother listing them if they don't hit the 10. So that's my bet, because there's no way there's no 9s of this. They just don't bother listing it. So we're going to go with an affordable $15 on this. Okay, we'll call him Jimmy T. Next, we have this Ivysaur. Same issue for the Ivysaur here. He did not hit the 10 at all. Of course, a 9.5, unless it's a BGS 9.5, we price those as 9s. So just because it says 9.5 here, it just means it's a nicer 9. You could try to regrade it if you wanted. I could tell it's got an off-centering problem here to here. Okay, so that's why I got the 9.5. Okay. So we were working on something after all. We were working on commission slabs tonight. This is going to say Ivysaur. By the way, we have OP13 in our menu now. Okay, so Ivysaur is a whopping $46. That doesn't seem right. But there's... No, that's English. So even in English, it's sold for about the same amount. So that doesn't make any sense. It can't be the same price as an English card and be Korean. I'm going to offer probably $18 for this one. There you go. Okay. Into a Hobbit's hands. Okay, cool. That's a nice looking Topps Chrome Lord of the Rings card. Hey, what's up, Cricket World? How's it going, man? There's no orders in the queue, so if you guys like a short wait time, we have a short wait time. This is going to be called Topps Chrome Lord of the Rings into a hands. All right, so I'm seeing some of these listed. They get listed around 90 bucks. So if it's just like an average card from this set, it gets listed around 90. We're going to offer 63 on this. See where it goes. Let's actually round it to 60. Okay. This might actually sell. All right, that's nice. Check that out, everybody. Cool. Okay. Let's go ahead and take a look into that now, huh? So that's a 151 Korean Charizard. He's a much more serious card. PSA 10 Korean 151 Charizard 201. Let's see what shows up. Okay, sort by lowest price. Cheapest one is going to cost 290 in Korean, 290. So that's good. 290 times 0.75. So maybe around 217. I'm actually going to offer this one at 240. Okay, put it into a nicer sleeve. Here, let's conserve the sleeve. All right. Very good. Cricket World said hi. Said hi. He got resealed. Good. No. You guys aren't even talking about anything. What do you guys want to talk about tonight? Slow night, huh? Slow night for conversation. Is there anything interesting going on? There we go. Okay. Let's get this over here. I'll set this at 230. Jimmy T. So this is very interesting. This card right here is more serious. I'm trying my best. Orbital VMAX. A lot of TCC graded cards here. He must have done a lot of TCC grading. Everyone's on their phone or asleep. So this one's in English. That's the nice thing about that. Vivid Voltage Orbital. And it's number 186. Can I have more advice? Sure. Okay, let's go ahead and click buy. You'd like more advice? What would you like advice on? Getting hot girlfriends? I had so many hot girlfriends. So this guy's pretty cheap. He's around 50 bucks. He's not very expensive at all. We're going to sell him for about 37. Be scoobity boobity boobity buzz. Did my order go through? Mr. Javier, let's go looking for that order. Jimmy T. Now put this right here. Okay, let me go take a look at those orders. Let me hit refresh. How to live in a frugal lifestyle. I'm going to New York and want to live on as little as possible to save up money to invest. I feel like frugality is easy. I feel like the hard part is making a lot of money. You know, like if you lived very, 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 very frugal your whole life, you'll actually never get rich. Just being frugal. Like being frugal is good. It means that you can enjoy yourself on not too much money. But if you want to get rich, if you want to succeed, what you really need is a high-paying job. So think of it like this. Like you can earn like $70,000 a year and be as frugal as possible. And it'll still take you 50 years to retire on $70,000 a year. But if you can suddenly make $140,000 a year, now you got an opening to retire about twice as fast. So the real difference wasn't like, how do I penny and dime myself into, living like a cockroach? The real question was, how can I go from 170 to 140? So frugality is good. And if you have a spending problem, that's not a good situation to be in. But the better situation, or the better solution to success isn't just frugality. It's actually your income. One of the best ways to increase your income, get a girlfriend with a good job. Javier Arroyo, what's up, Mr. One Prismatic Evolutions? One Prismatic? Hell yeah, dude. Prismatic time, baby. Yep, find a girlfriend who's passionate about success like you are, somebody who wants a good career, and she can spot a good boyfriend when she sees one. She says, hey, you're going to get a good career too, huh? And so you and her get a good career together and start saving up together. So that's one very fast way to go from 70,000 to 140,000. Simple. You make 70 and she makes 70. Ooh, nice Umbreon. That is one way. It's very feasible too. Like, it's not actually that hard to imagine. So if you've got a girlfriend and she's currently not aiming to make decent income, you tell her to get off her booty cheeks, because you need to take building wealth together as a team very seriously. So if you're already at that point, if you're both already earning 70K a year, you've already crossed that checkpoint, well, then you can worry about, honey, we need to reduce our wasteful spending on stuff like vehicles. Vehicles is one of the biggest wasters. So vehicles are so bad because they're a quickly depreciating asset, meaning you buy it for 20, 40,000, and then every mile you put on it is just you like burning through your money. So think of it like this. If you buy a $20,000 car and you start burning through the car, you're burning through 20,000. If you buy a $40,000 car, every mile you put on that car burns twice as fast because it costs you twice as much money. So opt for the $20,000 car. Always ignore the $40,000 car unless there's some sort of, financially acceptable explanation for why you went for the 40. So the explanation might be like, we're not worried about money, or the resale value on this one after it gets a lot of mileage is actually much better. It sustains it. So it gets complex, right? But basically what I'm telling you is your vehicle is one of your biggest sinkholes. The worst part about a vehicle is when you buy it, many people buy it on a loan too. So not only do they have to put mileage on this thing and it constantly loses value each year, even if you don't drive it, by the way, it loses value. So if you bought your car in 2020, 5 years later, even if you put 0 miles on it, it's worth 5 years less of time because people always prefer the latest vehicles. So even if you don't, this is why I realized with the boats too, we just sold the boats. We sold the boats this year's guy. We lost some money selling the boats, by the way. So even if you don't use it, it loses value every single year as it ages. Doesn't matter how many miles you put on it. But, most people do put miles on it. So it gets older and you put miles on it. So $40,000 into a trash can. Opt for the 20 to 25,000 if you can. Don't go for the highly upgraded vehicle. Don't go for the luxury vehicle. Don't go for the cool sports car, the pussy magnet. Don't do any of that. Buy a reasonable $25,000 car, maybe partially owned, perhaps. Sometimes that works. When we were hunting for a new car, we noted that the pre-owned was really close to the brand new ones. So, it's an equation. You have to do an analysis. You can have AI help you maybe, but that's one of your biggest losses. So you want to talk about frugality. Wasting money on a vehicle is one of your biggest problems. The other ones maybe like food. So people waste a lot of money on food. So vehicle is one, food is two. When Kirsten and I were in college, you know how cheap we ate? We were so close to going broke while in college because we were just living off the student loan and some leftover savings, right? Like I saved up money, quit my job at Coca-Cola, and then pulled out the student loan and just went. And so by the end of year 4, I was real low on money. I mean, I've been paying rent for 4 years and not working. So I was really out of money near the end. We were so frugal with money at that point. We shopped for food by the pound. Like we would do an equation. Okay, potatoes are good. Cabbage is good. Carrots are good. Ground beef is good. Chicken legs are good. Eggs are good. So we would shop for food by the pound, and we would do an analysis on their per pound cost. So you get some ground beef and some potatoes and cabbage, and that was food, and you just didn't eat out. Because if you buy, oh, well, McDonald's is only a $2 sandwich. Yeah, but if you actually weigh it, the per pound price is insanely bad. You're getting very little food for $2. But if you get the bag of potatoes, you get a crazy amount of food for $5. It's just like you can't even eat it all in one day. It's like it takes like a week to eat a bag of potatoes. So we were doing that. That was also a very important part of frugality. Don't waste your money on vehicles. Vehicles are one of the absolute worst money wasters because the best way to think about a vehicle is like toilet paper. You know, toilet paper. You use it, then you throw it away in your toilet and flush the toilet. Your car is the exact same concept. You drive it and it explodes one day. Hopefully not killing you, but yeah, it explodes. You have to pay insurance on it every month. The tires go bad. The engine goes bad. Everything goes bad. You have to pay property taxes on it in some states because the government's insane. And then one day you try to sell it and it's worth nothing. So cars suck. Eating out, as much as you love it, that sucks. You just got to eat potatoes and ground beef, man. And I love eggs, so I eat a lot of eggs. So don't eat out. You know, this is advice anyone can give you. But again, if you want to be rich, it's not the frugality that gets you rich. It can help, especially if you're in a really tight situation like Karis and I were. I was in a real tight situation. What's wrong with me? But it's not the frugality. It is actually that you need a high-paying job. All the money problems disappear with the high-paying job. So get to that as soon as possible. Mr. Javier, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate the order. Thanks for keeping us busy tonight. Okay, let me hit refresh over here. Mr. Congrats so much on 100K. Thank you so much, man. Any new Rayquaza slabs, says Rain Bryant. Rain, I don't think so. I don't think we have any new ones. All right, so there are no orders in the queue. It's 4:28 at night. I get to keep working on pricing up these consignment slabs. So you're getting a look into some new slabs for sale. Hey, look, you see this? That's John's old handwriting. Isn't that cool? So that means John encapsulated it, sleeved it, wrote Jimmy Terez's name on it. We shipped it out to Jimmy. He shipped it back, and John's name is still there all this time later. So there it is. He's got this nice Alakazam, huh? Looks great. Doesn't that look great? Look at these TCC slabs. Yeah, we were doing card grading before John got himself in trouble like a dummy. Omelets, yum. Michael says, Mister. Hey, what's up, Mr. Michael? How's it going? Yeah, I would, a very common breakfast for us would be, not breakfast, a very common sort of like comfort meal would be like hash browns, scrambled eggs, and then like pancakes. Because guess what? Pancakes are hella cheap, dude. You can eat pancakes so cheap, and they're delicious. They're not good for you, but they're delicious. And I was skinny back then, so I didn't care what I was eating. I was way more fit. Yeah, I was 25, 24 when I met Karis. I can't remember what age I was. I was 24. I met her when I was 24. So I was 24 years old. I was terribly fit. I just quit Coca-Cola. So I had a physical job. I was very in shape. And I just basically ate whatever I wanted. I didn't think about calories in and calories out. It didn't matter. And I just looked great. Isn't that fun? Then eventually I got to sit around in classrooms, but I continued to eat whatever I want. And then eventually I got a sitting down job, and I continued to eat what I want. And now I'm in trouble. Now I'm out of shape. So, and they'll get you too unless you pay attention to it and work on it. So if you're already skinny, do yourself a favor. Stay skinny. If you're already skinny, don't eat like it doesn't matter. If you're already skinny, start counting calories while you're skinny. It'll save yourself a bunch of trouble. Here we are, Jimmy Terez. Then you won't have to go through a time period where you starve yourself to get back into shape. There we go. Were you able to take care of the things I emailed you about? Yes, sir, Mr. Michael. All right, I'm going to bed at 7:30 because for some reason I'm exhausted. Good night, Mr. CS Man. Mrs. Cactuar Princess San says, not knowing how to drive yet isn't a bad thing. I would suggest learning how to drive when possible. You don't need to buy a car. The license is more for convenience. Yeah, I mean, if you're living deep in the city of New York, you don't need to know how to drive in that city, right? Everything's walkable. You got the public transit, and then you got taxis everywhere, and then you can just walk everywhere. So you don't even need a car in New York. I mean, I think some people have one for the convenience. Now, where I live, you have to have a car. It's not an option. I live in Missouri, and you know, once upon a time, St. Louis was this city where a bunch of white people lived. And then eventually the white people all fled, and they fled across the highway. And now you have to have a car. Everything's by car. So you have to have a car where I live. especially where I'm living now. I'm in the countryside, so now you really need a car because you're going to drive 30 minutes to even basic things like the hospital, and 30-minute drive on the highway to a hospital. I do that, by the way. I do that. One of the hospitals Karis and I are going to for like the fertility treatments, hour and a half drive, just a casual hour and a half drive, and then an hour and a half drive back. Yeah, I've done it so many times, it just feels like a regular day now. But I remember a time period when I lived in St. Charles, and the longest drive to a hospital was like 15 minutes, and that was considered a lot. You get to a hospital in 5 minutes. Okay, let's see. So here's this. We got a hyper rare Aegis Slash. That shouldn't be very expensive. I love living in Tennessee, but damn, I did an exchange program in Berlin and Munich for 2 months and loved subways and buses. Yeah, I did get to travel. I got to travel on travel on the subways or whatever they're called in both New York and Washington D.C. I've been to Washington D.C. like 4 times. So Washington D.C. that's cool. And I went to New York once for a whole week, and that was cool too. So all right, so let's see. This is going to say CGC 10 Aegis slash 115. I want to take Karis there. She's never been. Karis is a full-grown adult in America. She's never been to Washington, D.C., and she's never been to New York. It's kind of sad. She needs to, I need to take her out more. So even the pristine version of this card is only $40. This is not the pristine version. This is the yucky gem mint version that nobody wants. We're going to set this to just $20. Jimmy, if you're watching this in hindsight, you're lucky if this sells. Here it is. Jimmy, you could reduce this to $10 and I wouldn't buy it. It's one of those, you know. It's one of those things where the price doesn't really matter. Here's Mewtwo from Tag Team All-Stars. Now, this is cool. This one might sell. DC museums are so cool. Oh, yeah. I went to the Washington, D.C. Holocaust Museum. Whew, that was dark stuff. I think I was 15. I was so young when I went. And I had never in my life explored the Holocaust before. So I'd never, right? So like at 15 years old, the internet's pretty new. You don't really use it for anything. You know, family computer, you don't look up the Holocaust. There's no obsession with it. I've barely heard about it at that age. I'm homeschooled. We don't talk about lots of stuff. We don't do history. And so I'm with a group, a youth group, and we go to the Holocaust Museum on this occasion, and holy was I shocked, dude. I was like, what the fuck? I saw so much crap in there. I could not believe what I was looking at half the time. Like they had like a mound of eyeglasses from the 1940s, and it's like, yeah, so these are the eyeglasses from all the people they killed. I was like, what the fuck? It was tough, man. And you know, you heard the girls were kind of like crying and stuff while you were in there. Your boy, you're not allowed to cry as a boy, so that's not allowed. So you just kind of walked around with their hand over your mouth, like, oh my god. Like there was this one part of the museum where they had like goggles. You had to look through the goggles to see like a TV because they didn't want everyone to see what was on the TV. So it comes with like a warning. And you look through the TV, you look through the goggles, and I don't know. I watched a guy cutting dead bodies in half with a saw, like a bandsaw, to study the insides of the body. I was like, what the fuck? So that was my experience at the Holocaust Museum and much more. It was dark as hell, dude. They don't hold back anything. And it was shocking as hell. But yeah, they were like freeze the bodies, and then they were like cut them lengthwise down. So like, oh, this is very interesting. And, you know, they were speaking in German. Oh, you know what I mean? You're watching it like, what the fuck? So the Japanese did that. The Germans did that. They were studying human beings during World War II. And there were more TVs with more messed up stuff. I don't know how much of it I'd like to re-describe here, but no, I have more memories of that stuff. I got to see, so they recorded the experiments live. They recorded them and kept they kept that footage. The scientists did to study it later. Like, of course, you know, just doing a little research, a little research party. Yeah, it was crazy stuff. The shoes, yeah, I saw all of it, man. I saw all of it. It was several stories, what I remember, and the stories got like, you know, each story of the museum had like a different thing for you to look at, and yeah, I saw the experiments that they recorded. It was some nasty stuff, dude. They were so messed up. It was some wicked stuff back then. Here we are. My ancestors told me about it. Did you notice the shoes? Yeah, the shoes. I'd love to visit Poland. There was a mound of eyeglasses. There was a mound of shoes. They had like a pile of mattresses, and they're like, see these mattresses over here? You're like, they're full of hair, human hair. You're like, what the fuck? They had dentures, they had like gold, all of the stuff, and they would put them all into mounds, and then they'd have a light bulb, you know, kind of shining down on it. And they're like, look at all this. Pretty crazy, huh? So, you know. And then you wonder, oh, why would the Jewish people be a little, maybe a little anxious about being discriminated against? I wonder why, you know? So you see all that and you're like, okay, Jesus, dude. The fact that video footage of that exists anywhere would change your mind as a people instantly. You'd be like, oh yeah, we're in this together. And, you know, so you can go to Washington, D.C. yourself and go see that if you want, guys. It's fun. So it's an afternoon. Go take your loved one. $30 on Aegis Slash. Yeah, wedding rings. Yeah, they're all there. It's all the stuff is there. It's absolutely shocking. There you go. Step into the Holocaust Museum. There's actual video footage, and it's pretty wild. And it's not edited by AI. They didn't have anything like that back then when I went. That was a long time ago. We didn't even have the iPhone yet. So, here we go. I went to Sachsenhausen in Berlin and Dachau in Munich, which held 1 million people. It was probably the most profound experience. I don't know if I would call it the most profound experience I've ever had, but boy, it was memorable. Yeah, you won't forget it. The goggles one was crazy, man. When you look through the goggles, through the, 'cause they didn't want everyone seeing it because it was too inappropriate for children or something. And it was like a row of those. See, I don't even know if the museum still exists in that fashion. They might have changed it all these years later. I mean, I went when I was 15. I'm 36 now. So that was, what, 21 years ago or something, right? So 21 years later, they probably upgraded it, updated it a little bit. But there was like a row of TVs, and they had like curtains over the TV. You couldn't see what was playing, and you had to look through goggles to see it. And then you had to put a thing over your ears so you can hear it. And yeah, they were. I only described one of them. The others are worse. All right. But so I don't know how we got onto this fun subject, but I guess we did. But yeah, spend some time in Washington, D.C. Woohoo. What do you guys think of that? There's other museums in D.C. for like airplanes and trains and automobiles and everything in between. They got like the Smithsonian, I can't say it, museum. And they got everything over there. It's fun. They got the big buildings with the blocks and all that, Capitol Hill. My grandmother told me about how she was on the train to Auschwitz and released by German soldiers. The museum's amazing, but seeing drain holes at Dachau stained with huge red circles and being in the very campuses are hard to describe. Yeah, I believe you, man. It's pretty yucky, probably. We are. All right, you ready? So here's quests fulfilled. Yeah, it's yucky as hell, dude. Hella yucky. We're going to say Topps Chrome, Lord of the Rings quest. Ready? Yeah, history is full of that stuff, man. Humans did not like humans, that's for sure. Humans are pretty dangerous. That's the one thing that you learn from looking through history, is that there is no such thing as everybody we could all just live together. That never truly happens, does it? Even now, you got Russia and Ukraine just wiping each other out. Like, how many people have died over there? Let's see, how many total people have died in the Ukraine-Russian war? So here's the figure that Google's going to give me. You ready? So the estimate, you ready? The death toll is likely in the 100 of thousands. What? 100 of thousands, guys. Military deaths. Russian forces military deaths number varies from around 190,000 to 480,000. Ukraine forces are estimated to be between 70,000 and 140,000 killed. Civilian deaths are estimated to be just about 14,000. That's actually not that bad compared to the soldiers. The UN notes that this true number could be considerably higher because they cannot verify casualties. Some estimates place the real number higher, with one Ukrainian official claiming some areas have as bad as 100,000 people dead. Wow. You know, and they're still blowing up those apartments. It's just like, I heard, like, what was it? Was it like today? I heard like today they're still blowing up those apartments. So they're having a little genocide-y over there right now, man. And they could just stop. They could just stop and go back to eating pancakes and playing video games, or I don't know, whatever Putin wants, I guess, right? So yeah, it's great. Here we are, Mr. Jimmy. How awful is that, guys? And I just get to sit here and do Pokemon. I really take my life for granted. I'm gonna die from like being fat, like heart disease or something. And these guys are over there roughing it. Yeah, I don't know, man. They try to determine Russian deaths from property and will transfers in Russia. I think the low estimate's 250 at average. 100,000, congrats, bro. 150 next target. Hey, what's up, Izzy? Thanks, man. Appreciate it, Mr. Izzy. Really appreciate it. Look at us. We only got 49 viewers now. That's pretty low, huh? Just 49 viewers. Wow, it's just a couple of us together, guys. Together. Here's what, you know what? Well, while there's just a couple of us together, let's get some big giveaways going. So we're working on this expensive box. Let's work on this. So I'm going to hit refresh on the number of people in the giveaway. We're going to hit refresh, reset entries. Okay, it's just us, guys. Type in 100K. 100K is the keyword. Let's hand this whole box out. Just us. Might as well give you guys something nice, huh? What's up with that? Hell, Ukrainian men didn't have a choice. They aren't allowed to leave from the age of 18 to 50. Well, yeah, and it's probably, yeah, that's the draft, right? And it's probably the same way for the Russian men. So, you know, the Ukrainian men go into the grinder, the Russian men go into the grinder. And by the way, this says a lot about how the world, how reality really works. Because you got all the boys go into the grinder and all the girls go home. And then the girls are going to vote for, you know what I mean? They're going to vote for the politician that's no good for war, right? So that sucks. I feel like the girls should die at least as much as the boys. So if we're going to do voting rights, the girls got to die just as much. They got to go out there. They got to get bombed by drones. Zzz, oh no, both my legs for the rest of my life. If you even survive it. Oh no, my guts are spilling out. You know what I mean? The girls need to go do some of that stuff. And then they can be the same as the boys. Because you talk about equality, but the girls don't die on the battlefield equally. And I don't find that appropriate at all. Because they get to decide the future leader of the country at the same rate that the boys do. And but they don't have to have their guts spilling out. And I don't think that that's right. I actually think that's a big problem. Here's puzzles, right? Like if you chose the wrong leader for the United States, you could have us stuck in the wrong wars. And that's true for any country, by the way. Any country practicing democracy, if the girls are voting and the boys are voting, but only the boys have to go out and have their guts spilling out because a drone snuck through your wire mesh, that's not right. That's not right at all. There's a sort of separation between the responsibility of creating the state and the right to decide how the state is ran. There's a separation there. So I think that the girls need to go blow up as at least as much as the boys. And that's my take on that subject. You can disagree with me. AJ the Great. Girls need to be consigned at least as much as boys. Here's number 13. We got, click, Jared B. I think if girls were on the battlefield exploding, it would affect how they vote. So they would think about who they want to vote for differently. And I think if you don't have them blow up on the battlefield, they don't have the sort of firsthand knowledge of what they're voting on. You know, you have to be there, in my opinion. Some of the girls need to be there. They need to be out there so that they can come back and talk to each other about it and be like, nah, we're voting for the guy who's not going to get us all killed. You know, you can't be disconnected from the draft. When boys vote, they vote with the draft in mind. When girls vote, they don't vote with the draft in mind. And I don't think that that's right. I think that that's actually pretty wrong. Yo, number 18. What do you guys think of that? You think I'm crazy for that? I don't think that's crazy. Steven. Boys, a lot of girls don't understand this about boys. When we vote, we do think about the upcoming wars because you could be drafted. So that affects how we vote. We vote for the leader that we think will keep us away from the wars, or at least lead us through the difficult moments the best, you know? And that's because we actually could be drafted. Yo, J Sharp. All right, very good. Very nice. Hi, bro, show my card. Rockstar Mahi's here. Oh, my gosh, Rockstar Mahi. What's up, man? Okay. Here we go. Landing on 12. That's AJ the Great. He just got a $490 box for free. Just for hanging out. AJ the Great. Congratulations, man. Okay, 21. AJ the Great. He drilled the card. I'm afraid I drilled it. Hey, how's it going, Mr. Rockstar Mahi? 21. AJ the Great. AJ, would you like me to open it? There it is. I'm a child of an Army veteran. I know what it's like. Women do not have it easy. Give me a bro that box. It's not a question of whether girls have it easy or boys have it hard. It's a question of both boys and girls need to be in the draft so that when you vote, the draft's in the back of your mind. I think that's very important. There we go. All right. Being separated from that's not a good situation because you can vote on something that doesn't affect you, and yet it severely affects boys. So I think that's and we're not talking about you specifically, Miss Cactuar Queen. We're talking about the general idea. So kind of like the whole idea of it. Okay, let's see. So we're going to say we're at 1,959 plus 65 plus 250 plus 25 plus 490. That brings us up to 2,789. So we're at 2,879. Okay, that's the total giveaway so far. You know what's crazy about that number? That means we still got cards to give away, guys. We still got cards to give away. That's what that number means. Pretty neat. Why do we have a tolerance for him? What? Rockstar Mahi, he's our bestie. He's our bestie. What do you mean? We like him the most. So that was an awesome giveaway. And what do you think? Another one, guys? Maybe this one next, huh? Wow, what do you know? We got more people in here. That's so nice. Show my drill card, Mr. Anyman says. Here we go. He drilled it. He drilled it, Mahi. We drilled your card. What's this? Now we got 57 viewers. That's so interesting. Almost feels like people just come over for the giveaway. All right. Because we came down to 49 for a second there. It's kind of interesting. All right. Let's see. The dice is fair but cruel. So, where are we at now? Where are we at in the channel? It's 450. Steven Gonzalez is here. He wants 2 packs of OP13. Yes, we have the new OP13 English. Ooh. I'm sorry, Mahi. We already shipped Hinamula your card. He told us to give your card to him. We already shipped it to him. There we go. Ooh. I send it my address and my contact number to you in giveaway comments. Don't do that. Don't put your address anywhere. Don't put your phone number anywhere, okay? That stuff is private, okay? But Mr. Mahi, your friend Hina, he said to take away your Rayquaza and to give it to him. And so I already shipped it to him. All right, let's see. Ooh, some hollows. Very nice. Very nice. Boop. Nothing crazy in that round. Ooh. Tossing that away, Mr. Steven. Oh. New bag. You were shipping out. That's what was going on. I'm going to start you a new bag, though, okay? What a herb. All right. I'm waiting for him to, like, respond so we can have our fun. Did you want to open the G.I. Joe on daytime stream later? I'd love to open it right now. Would you like me to open it right now? Oh, he said open it. Oh, I missed that. Okay, hold on. Let's open it. Hell yeah, dude. We're opening up our G.I. Joe box, guys. So this is a year. This came from like the year 2001, right? Or something like that. When was this printed? This was printed a long time ago. It was like the year 2000. You can actually buy this. We have this stuff for sale. 2004. There we go. And these packs of G.I. Joe cards are like, I think they're like $15 per pack. This is only the second time we've ever seen a whole box of them get opened. AJ the Great, you got a regular name you want me to put these under? Let me move some of this off to the side. Okay, we're making a little space. This Charizard's for sale, $230. Then give me my Charizard card back. I can't do that, Mr. Mahi. I already sent your friend Hina a card. So I can only send one card. I only have one card. There we go. You're going to have to ask Hina for it. If Hina comes in here and tells me to give you his card, I'll do it, okay? I'll send him for shipping. Sounds good. Alvaro? Sounds good, Mr. Alvaro. Let's go ahead and get this opened. So, how does that feel, Mr. Alvaro? All you had to really do was stick around, and you got a big giveaway. That's kind of neat, right? You happen to be here, and this was the night to give away a big box of G.I. Joes. Look at that. Now we have 63 watchers. How fascinating. Yeah. Bobby the Brain Hina. Snipping this. Snipping these. Snipping one of these. Snipping one of these. Okay, we're going to snip this. Oops. Lovely. Good. And we're going to snip this. Lovely. Here's G.I. Joe. And here's G.I. Joe. And here is one more G.I. Joe. I thought you may have been doing a giveaway experiment. Well, it's kind of funny. We start giving stuff away and like a little pile of people pour in right away. You know what I mean? Like minutes afterwards. It is kind of makes you sad in a certain way. People just kind of hanging on for free ones. All right, you ready? But it also makes sense, doesn't it? Here's Ranger Viper. So I think the rare one's in the back. Skull Buster. So that's your rare. And these are just commons, but they're vintage commons. Here you go. Take these with you. Give me my Charizard, bro, back to me. I love that card. I can't do that. I sent it to Hina. Hina has it now. Aha, high tech. Ooh, cool. And it's a star card, too. That's neat. So that's called high tech. And then you have this rare in the back called Sergeant Major. He's fist fighting the good guys. Yeah, let's call it Mahi Phenomena. I have a bag as well, says Mr. AJ. Nice. Okay. Good. Here's a Viper. Viper. Here we have Scalpel. Oh, there's your rare. He's a medic. It's kind of interesting that we were just talking about war, and now we're opening up a card set based on soldiers. Okay. All right. Here's a fun question. Here's a ooh, look at this. Blackout Sniper. Here's a fun question for you guys. It's a philosophical question. You might actually run into this question on, you know, employment forms. I don't know why they ask it, but I remember I filled out many many employment forms, and they would ask this question sometimes. And the question goes like this. Do you believe humans are generally good or generally bad? Like, are humans inherently good or inherently evil? Yeah. What do you guys think? Which side of that equation are you on? You are telling lies. I say that you're giving that card to CS, man. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Are you trying to trick me, Rockstar? Rockstar's trying to trick me. Here we go. Someone says bad. I don't know how to say your name. Jared says good. CC says neutral. Now, you can't pick neutral. That's basically the same as not answering the question. You gotta pick which way they lean. Storm Shadow. Do you think humanity is inherently good or inherently bad? Snake Eyes. Here's Slice. Ooh, Slice. Wouldn't it be better to just put into another sleeve? Yes. We don't need all these empty booster packs. People are inherently good and make bad choices. There we go. Aha! Cobra Commander. Very cool, man. He's the commander of the Cobras. Says so on his shirt. Here's Scalpel. Based on history, bad, I suppose, says CC. Would this be a fun, let's do a, what do they call those? I can't remember the name. A poll? Let's do a fun poll. Let's see what the audience thinks, okay? It's a fun question because your answer might decide, you know, how you think politically, actually. Are humans inherently good or bad? Good. And the other option being, bad. All right, there goes. So we'll run a little poll for fun. Here's Outback, Grunt, Saw, Low Light, Green Shirts, Bat, Sci-Fi, Low Light. Oh, wow, that really hides the, that hides my screen really bad. Okay. What happens if I hit refresh? Does refresh give you my screen back? All right. Good. Okay, we got Free Fall, Viper Grunt, Duke, Overkill. Ooh. Please give me my card, please. Mr. Mahi, I mailed your card to your friend Hina. You'll have to ask Hina for it, okay? Maybe Hina will let you have it. What do you think? You think Hina will let you have it? Although I heard Hina say he might hide it from you and pretend that he didn't get it. I heard that he might hide it from you and pretend that he did not receive it. So I don't know if you can trust him. Yeah. All right, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Very good. So do I get to vote on this? How does this work? Oh wow, they're pretty close, huh? And how many people voted? Let's go ahead and end it. End poll. Did it say how many people voted? 19 votes. Pretty close, actually. Look at that. With just the people who voted just slightly leaning toward good. Isn't that interesting? There we go. Oh. Da-da-da-da. Ripcord. Please give me my card. Please. Mr. Mahi, I already mailed it off to Mr. Hina. I mailed it to Mr. Hina in India. There we go. It's on the way. Here's Hotwire. We don't have free will, so it's not humans who are bad or good. It's destiny. Based on history, bad, I suppose. Here's Hotwire. I think without the police, if humans were not terrified of the law, basically, like we're terrified to go to jail for the rest of our lives, if we were not terrified of going to jail for the rest of our lives or like the death penalty or whatever, you know, consequences, we would be doing such bad stuff, you know? And so the only thing that keeps society from totally falling apart is basically a government that has a super big, strong gun and they point it at you and say, you better be good. If you removed that gun, I think that there actually would be people who are just by like default, just kind of nice, like agreeable, nice. They get along. But then I actually think there would be a significant amount of people who would do crime as long as no one knew about it. And then there would be an even larger group that would do crime even if you did know about it. If you remove the police. So we have police protecting us, and it gives you the illusion that society is pretty decent. Ooh, look at this agent faces. Ah, but without police, what amount of, you know, guys beating up women and guys killing each other and stealing would we see? And I feel like we kind of already know how bad it would be, because all you got to do is look back in time to when humans kind of fought each other in small groups, like raider groups, kind of like what the Native Americans were doing. You know, those guys were ruthless. The Native Americans One word to describe them: torture. They loved it. So they used all kinds of torture. They loved torture for some reason. They had like the heart removal, they had the scalpel removal, they cut your fingers off, they chew your fingernails off. They would put you running down a line and they'd all beat you as you ran by. They'd set you on fire. They had all the tricks. And so what happened was they're small groups fighting with each other all the time. I feel like that's a great example of what humanity would look like without a powerful, centralized government with basically like this strong man in power saying, we got the police, and if you do bad stuff, we'll throw you in jail forever. You know what I mean? And so I think that's basically what humans would become. If you completely remove the cops, you would get these warring groups of men running around. They would form a tough guy group, and then they'd go around doing horrible things. Horrible things. So I'm on the side of humans are generally bad. I think it all comes down to basically the selfish gene, the desire to live above all things. So if if you ran a test on society and it was push a button and you get two buttons to push, right? One button kills you but saves your friend, and the other button kills your friend but saves you. I think the majority of people, not everybody, but the majority of people would save themselves. And so I lean on the humans are inherently bad group, and it helps form my politics. It's how I decide how to think about the world and how to, who I believe and who I don't believe and all that kind of stuff. And it's a little cynical. Maybe it's because I've seen too much. I've experienced too much. I've seen too much. I've seen the dark side a little bit, and so it leaves you optimistic, but at the same time, there's a healthy amount of skepticism, and you prepare for the worst case scenarios too, right? Like you assume things can actually go wrong, right? And yeah, so I don't lean on the good guy side, and I wonder how employers see you as a result of that. Let's see. Ooh, slice. Very nice. Babies aren't born evil. So see, what I'm arguing is that they are born evil. We know they're born evil. Some people are born psychopaths. They didn't choose to be psychopaths. They were just born that way. So just because they're a little squirming little maggoty baby doesn't mean that they're not totally terrible. And by the way, you find out they're pretty crazy pretty fast. So, they turn into toddlers and they start slicing you with knives. And you're like, what the hell's wrong with you? Why aren't you like Billy? Billy's nice. So you find out pretty fast which kids are crazy. So the idea that babies aren't born, vicious and mean, of course they're born vicious and mean. They just can't express it because they're babies. They can't express it yet, but it's in their personality. It's in their very nature. Some people have certain natures and they're just born with it. Wow. So you got all these gradable cards now. This is vintage Watty era G.I. Joe, and it looks really crazy. Let's see. These are star, 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 star. So all the hollow ones are star. So whenever you pull a holographic card, it's a star card. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So the whole box, and there were only 7 hollows in the whole box. Kind of reminds me of base set Pokemon a little bit, right? Because there were 24 packs in here, right? And only 7 of them were hollows. So you get about 1 hollow pack and then 2 cold packs. Pretty interesting. And you got all these commons as well. I'm sure some of these could be graded. The real question is, what are they worth? I don't know what they're worth. Are they expensive? Are they valuable? I do not know. If these graded 10, who's the customer? Somebody. There's probably somebody on the internet who collects these cute little soldier characters. And if you can get these to grade 10 and list them up on eBay, I bet you they sell. There's a small subset of children that are born with psychopathic or sociopathic tendencies, but a large amount of serial killers and horrendous criminals had an awful childhood, almost unanimously. We are. Is that true? I think the problem with stating that it's just about having a bad childhood, the problem with stating that is that you can find serial killers that did not have a bad childhood. We are. Jake Paul collects them. Does he really? Oh my God, you got me. Are there serial killers that had totally normal families? And the answer is yes. While childhood and trauma are overwhelmingly common in serial killers, there are many cases of individuals who emerged from normal, non-abusive families, like Dennis Rader. Rader is often cited as a prime example. He was raised in a typical family environment with a strict but not abusive father. He was a church president, a Cub Scout leader, had a seemingly normal family life with who had no idea about a secret crime, shocking the community upon his arrest. Randy Kraft described as having a background that fell on the bell curve of normalcy and a normal brain scan. His case challenges the simple explanation of a troubled past. Joel Rifkin. Home movies and interviews with those who knew him in his East Meadow, New York suburb depict a quiet, soft-spoken, and normal individual from a good home. His transformation into a killer was a shock to everyone. Everyone's always shocked when this stuff happens, by the way. I'm never shocked. I'm never shocked. I see it happen and I go, well, of course it happened. All right. Alvaro says, here's some shipping and a little tip for making my day a great one. Awesome. Let's go grab your cards. Thanks for the tip. I told you the shipping. Nice. Congratulations on your whole box of G.I. Joes. Very cool. The hollow ones, I would totally grade those. And if any of them grade 10, post them on eBay. Ask for a couple hundred. Ask for like 200 per 10. So if you get a 10, ask for $200 on it. See what happens. You never know. All right. That's one case out of so many. I would say most grow into being crazy, not just born that way. Well, again, so you got to be careful. The whole, being sure that the relationship definitely caused the problem, right? Like causation without correlation, that whole saying. So like, for example, how many people had really abusive families and they grow up to be totally nice people and totally normal, contributing members of society? I'm an example of that. My family wasn't very good, and I'm not doing anything crazy. I'm a serial killer of these booster packs. But no, seriously, I don't have like anger issues. I don't have any violent tendencies. I don't want to hurt anybody. I'm very good at following the law. And I had a horrible family. So you can't just say like, oh, well, person had a bad childhood and that's why they're bad. Like, it's too easy of an explanation. And so not only can you find examples of people who had very tough childhoods, who grew up to be very moral people, you can also find people who had very normal families and grew up to be serial killers. So I do believe it's largely biological. I think biology plays a huge role, not just a minor role. I think it plays a huge role. I have a strong belief system in that area because I have a unique perspective of having 11 siblings, and I watch some of them come out like these awesome, totally normal people, and I watch some of them come out like I just feel in my gut like they're going to break the law, And so I witnessed that, and it was all natural. 11 brothers and sisters, same two parents. Some of them were agreeable. Some of them were super argumentative. Some of them were very sociable. Some of them were very antisocial. Some of them were cooperative and clever and witty. Some of them were just kind of like, brr, you know what I mean? And some of them were super violent, including violent to, they were just violent, extremely violent. And some of them totally not violent. How do you explain that other than biology? It's genetic. So people, they don't like to think that way maybe because the moment you bring like genetics in, it's sort of like a biological determinism. You know what I mean? Like, no, you're not just your biology. But even when that sentence escapes your lips, no, you're not just your biology. Doesn't that just sound like a bunch of bullshit? You know what I mean? Like, it's like, yes, you are. Yes, you are, dude. You have the brain you have because that's the brain you're born with. You have the personality you have because that's the personality you were born with. You have particular strengths and weaknesses that you didn't have to work for. You're just born that way. And I think it is largely just a biological phenomenon. Mom and dad had certain. So, like, for example, if serial killers seem to come from troubled homes, is that because the home was troubled, or is it mom or dad has bad genes and they behave in a bad way, and voila, their child also behaves in a bad way because they have the same set of genes? So which one is it? It's no way to prove it, of course, but it's an interesting subject. I don't think it's so on the nurture versus nature scale. My opinion, 25% nurture, 75% nature. I'm way more on the you just are what you are, you can't escape it kind of perspective. Hey, what's up, Than? Well, look at Stephen Hawking's genetic disposition and what he accomplished. Yeah, he did really good. He had a nerve disease, right? That made his muscles unusable or something like that, right? And he was a smart cookie. Let's see. Wait till you commute 2 hours one way and you'll find the inner road rager. Do you do that? That's terrible. Oh my God. Most narcissistic people I know have gotten that way from their parents. right? Like, did their parents abuse them and this made them narcissistic? Or were the parents abusive because that's the nature of the parents? The parents have that set of genes to be that way, right? Like, I've met Karis's family. Her parents are very different from my parents. And you can almost see that Karis behaves kind of like them, and I kind of behave like my parents. Like, the obsession, I've got like the sort of obsessiveness, and my mom had that, right? And my dad was very eccentric. He liked making stuff. He liked doing businesses, and I got a little bit of that too. It's really obvious. And then Karis has a little bit of her parents too, in just various ways. And so the question is, was that because they raised us that way, or did we just inherit their genes? And it's like, duh, of course we inherited their genes. It's a fascinating subject. Your brain is effectively just a combination of genes you got exactly from your mom and your dad. So people don't think about this subject very often, but there's different brains out there that you inherit genetically, and it plays a huge role in your success in life. You will hope to get a good set of brain genes. Let's see. Like if mom was good at math and dad was good at math, there is a pretty damn good chance you're going to be good at math. All right, let's see. Rockstar Mahi, you are tracking me. You not giving that card to Hinamula. You taking that card, and we know that my name from the card. That's not true, Mr. Mahi. I've mailed the card to your friend Hina, okay? I mailed your Rayquaza VMAX to Mr. Hina, and I told him that he should give it to you, but he told me that he's going to hide it and he's not going to tell you. So you're going to have to go ask him for the truth, okay? All right, let's see. What do we got? Mr. Steven Gonzalez. We took care of Steven Gonzalez. Thank you so much. Alvera Molina. Thank you so much. And if it still is ill, it has to be treated like an infection. What? It's a spectrum, and the discussion from psychiatric studies is the mind can have illnesses just like the body. Yeah, definitely. For example, you could be stuck in a belief set that's very negative, and you like delusional, both negative and delusional. You can't pull that person out of the delusion. They're like trapped in the delusion. Maybe a great example, somebody who wants to commit, blow himself up aside in the name of maybe like a god or something like that, right? How do you get that guy out of that? And so humans, they look at maybe like Islam, and they're like, oh, look at Islam. They got this problem with people committing suicide bombing. We have that, but in various different ways. You might be delusional about your view of the world, and you're just stuck in your ways with certain concepts, and it actually ruins you toward it skews you toward maybe being hateful or spiteful or less empathy or too much empathy, or one way or another. But you're trapped in this almost religious like belief about the way that the world operates, and no one can abuse you of those beliefs. You can't pull that person out. Santa Claus is real. I'm not listening to you. You're Satan. You know what I mean? You can't trick that person out of those really strongly held beliefs. And so part of it is the brain, obviously. Yeah, the brain can hold on to those things. They can't let it go. Maybe a brain that's stuck on a sort of negative loop, and it just happens to lean toward neuroticism. But although you could argue the inability to let go perhaps is genetic, and the ability, or not the ability, but the personality type to lean towards that neuroticism, perhaps that's also just genetic as well. But that's why I say it's not 0% nurture and 100% biology. I think it's about 25% nurture and 75% biology. I think it's mostly biology. But yeah, if you're stuck in the wrong, environment, it's going to affect you and control you, especially if you're not an introspective person. Because some people, they get this level of intelligence where they can bird's eye view themselves, right? Like they fly out of their body and they look down at themselves and say, you got a problem, bro. But a lot of people don't do that. They got to have a therapist do that. And that's just, becomes a problem for most of society to have that. The lady said, there's no way you must have cheated. I got a perfect score on my college literature portion and like reading numerous pages and correcting every single incorrect punctuation but to get 100%. The lady said, no way, you must have cheated. That's not fair. Derek Myers is Mr. Second Personality. Okay, lady, you were watching me the entire time with the cameras above me and no phone. We're studying Rockstar Mahi in real time. I didn't get too far for the math portion. Oh, so you're talking all the way back on the subject of the ACT, SAT. So I think Saved by Grace is at the beginning of the comment, at the beginning of the chat. With schizophrenia, you have massive amounts of religiosity. Really, schizophrenia. Didn't they make like a progress on understanding schizophrenia recently? Didn't they say something like, oh man, I don't remember. I don't remember. They made some sort of progress on understanding schizophrenia recently. There was like some breakthrough study or something. I thought there was. Mr. Some really advice. He'd rather talk to God than have any other relationship when his kids need him. I have no problem with people having a relationship with God. Yeah, you know, if people want to have a relationship with God, that's no problem. Like I said, I will respect other people's religions and all that, but at some point religions start to fight with each other, like the Jews and the Muslims. They're not getting along very well, are they? So I don't like that kind of stuff, so keep me out of that. I don't like that at all. I wish people would just get along, and it's very hard for them to get along if they both have a belief system that says my God's going to rule over this earth. And so, you know, that's inevitably what religions do. Or you get into a religion and it says something like, your pastor, he needs a second jumbo jet. I'm listening to the Lord. He's speaking to me. And he says, we're going to need a second golden jumbo jet. So, you know, that's when religion starts to kind of look, you know, a little eepy, maybe not just some wholesome, you know, it's just this wholesome, nice thing. It's actually capable to come in and cause damage to the world. And you see that not in all religions, but in some. You see it in some. So it's a problem in some places. Here we are. Like, did you guys hear the story recently of the woman? She was in church and she gave the pastor, what was it, like $1,500? And he got angry at her because she didn't give him $2,000. Did you guys hear that clip? I watched that clip like twice because I was shocked. I was shocked that he had so much power over her mind. Like he was reprimanding her in front of a whole crowd for failing to give him a full $2,000, and she literally said, "I'm going to get you the rest of the money. I have to get more money." And she's just a normal person. He's this pastor, presumably bringing in a lot of money, and she's just totally enamored with this guy. Like she's going to do it. She's going to do what he says. And I'm like, how do you reach that point? How do you get to that point where some guy at a podium gets to have all your money because he scared you with an imaginary thing that he can't prove? And to me, I watched that and I learned something about humanity. It's like, not all, but some humans will just fall right into that. And so I know something about the human race. I know that exists. And, you know, it teaches me stuff very quickly. I take that stuff to heart. It makes me more aware. I said, okay, so she's tricked on her side. Who's tricking me? Who's bullshitting me and it's working? And because I'm not awake, I'm not aware of it. I'm too, I haven't snapped out of it and gone like, no, this is crazy. You know, so it makes me a little more paranoid. I look over my shoulder and I say, who's talking to me that way? Like this guy talks to this lady. And yeah, it's a fascinating thing. It's just this fascinating part of being a human to have this problem where you can easily be mind controlled by some guy who's tricked you about heaven and hell and the power of religion's ability to get you to blow yourself up, perhaps, you know. All right, so this is Charmeleon Korean, and he is a 9, and he is going to be $15. Here it is. Jimmy Torres. Are you repricing Charmeleon and Bulbasaur? Yes. You can tell Mr. really cares about people. This is why I like to watch. Very clear-headed and sound advice. Thanks for sharing your wisdom. I do care about people, but I especially care about thinking all day long. My brain just thinks about it like obsessively, and I like to like just sort of pursue the subject in my head. So this is PSA 9 Korean 151 Bulbasaur 166. I'm obsessed with the way things work, maybe that's a great way to put it. I'm obsessed with the way things work. Mr. John actually has one of these up for 35. You know, I think that this might be too cheap. I'm actually going to change this to 20 real fast. Didn't you price them like 15 to 20 minutes ago? Those must have been other cards, I'm pretty sure. I'm going to actually erase this one. So that was the Charmander at the beginning. You're thinking of Charmander. Here he is. And he was priced at 15 as well. So I think I am going to raise Charmander and Charmeleon roughly to 20. We'll see what happens to them. If they don't sell, we have the option to lower. I think 15 might just be a bit low. I don't know how fast he wants these to sell. I know they would sell at 15. And then Bulbasaur we're going to set at 20 as well. Now, drummer. All right. But these are TCC 9 Korean 151 cards. So, you know, it's not going to sell that fast. Okay. Some church groups have pools that help one person and they take turns holding it. My guess is that was her turn and she spent it. What? The reason one man is able to do that to so many in those masses of people think that one person, the good person, is helping them. Yes. Let's see. I give him money and instead of saying thank you, he bitches that I didn't give him more. Oh, talking about your dad a little bit. Man, that's tough, man. That's almost like traumatic. So I'm sorry you go through that with your dad. I was very lucky. My parents were very strict and they were bad in all kinds of ways. Money was one of the only ways my parents were fair. Like, we were so shockingly poor and they never begged for money. They were too proud, probably, actually. Yeah, I think my mom might have been an incredibly proud person. Not in a good way, but to a fault. And I don't think she could have turned to us to ask for money because I think it would have like hurt her ego too much or something. But so we would earn money and they would never touch it. They'd never ask for it. They'd kind of tell us like, this is your money and you have to invest it. So they were kind of good that way. When it came to money, they didn't fool around. It wasn't until much later in life that I learned that a lot of people go through having parents that kind of take their money. So I learned that with Karis's parents. I was like, your dad takes your money? Like, I'd never heard of that before. I was like, what? I was like shocked. It was like embarrassing. I was like, your dad takes your money. Like, money is only meant to go one way, from the father to the child, never the other way around. And that was my whole worldview up to that point. I'd never heard it the other way around. And your father's meant to go out, kind of slay the beast to a certain degree, and come home with the resources, and then he gives those to you. So yeah, that one really shocked me. All right, so let's take a quick look at this Topps Weedle. My dad mooches so bad, it blew me away with my fiance's family. Some folks have crazy pride. Hey, what's up, David Mallory? My family steals from me sometimes rather than ask for my help or borrow something. Well, people are strange. I respect that about your parents. Yeah, so I didn't respect that about my parents because I didn't even know it was a problem for others. And so in hindsight, I can go, wow, that's one of the things, one of the very few things that my family did not do bad. Okay, I found the Weedle. He is $175. Ready? Oops, wrong marker. They were just bad in all the other ways. There we go. All right. I want to know that as Troy, my stepdad, was the same way, nothing ever good enough. There we go. Ooh, Weedle. Tossing that. And now I believe this is the last commission card from our friend Jimmy Therese. So this has been good. We've had a chance to price up all of Jimmy's cards. And we can work now on the other one, which is John Lucas's cards. Oops, that's the wrong one. This is a Bird Keeper 9.5, and I wouldn't be surprised if I virtually gave this away. I mean, 9.5, that's so annoying. It looks so clean, too. It looks like a really nice card. I can't believe this got 9.5. Like, how? God, dude. Dude, I want to crack this and regrade it, see if it turns into a 10. I used to never get it when other people tell me that they got paid to do chores. I didn't get that either. Yeah, we didn't get paid to do chores, that's for sure. We had a ton of chores. Here's the chore structure in my family. I remember it well. So the chore structure involved daily chores, weekly chores, and monthly chores. So the daily chores, I had some pretty tough daily chores. My chores were cleaning all the dog poop, cleaning all the cat poop. I had to clean 1/3 of the basement. This included vacuuming daily. Vacuuming. That's how crazy my mom was. Like, you have to put all the toys away and then you have to vacuum it. And then this is daily, right? And then you have the dishes. I had one of the biggest chores in the whole family. I did all the dishes. So, you know, that doesn't sound too bad, but we didn't go out to eat ever. It was rare. And we ate three meals a day. And it you know, fluctuated between 8 to like 13 people per meal. And so you're talking forks, spoons, knives, cups, plates, bowls, pots and pans, all of it. So that was 3 times a day, and it took like hours. And then on top of that, I had one other massive chore that I split with my sister. It was laundry. So 2 of the very biggest chores were on me. Oh, and I did the trash, but that was a weekly one. Trash was Tuesdays and Thursdays. And so so anyways, the cat litter alone was horrible. This is one of the reasons why I ended up not liking animals, because I cleaned up all the dog poop and I cleaned up all the cat poop. And it's so cute owning an animal for a little while until you're the one that cleans the poop all the time and you're like, I hate this crap. I want to be free of it, you know? It's like traumatizing the amount of work. But so the laundry, I did the half where I would gather all the dirty laundry. Gross, dude. Dirty underwear, dirty panties. It was horrible. And, you know, poop streaks and toddlers with poop streaks, everything. And then I had to like sort it all out so that it could be washed properly. Then my sister was the one who she took it out of the machine and hung it all out to dry and pulled it back down and sorted it. So see, it was split in half. So those are massive chores by themselves. Then, of course, I was assigned to my youngest brother. His name was Malachi. So every morning, you had your daily chore. You had to clean your bedroom. You had to do all this stuff, the dishes and the laundry. You had to take care of your sibling, which meant changing every single one of his diapers. No one else changed his diaper but me. I dressed him. I got him prepared to just relax and not have problems. Then when he did have problems, I had to take care of him. So those were all of my daily chores. Then you had a rotating round of weekly chores: Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So one of my worst weekly chores of all was cleaning the boys' bathroom. I did that, and it was horrifying. The amount of piss that goes on the floor when you have a bunch of young brothers is shocking. And so I got pretty not so nice. I've told this story before. I got really tough about making all my brothers not pee all over the floor. And that took maybe a little bit of, a little bit of muscle to let them know it's not happening. Before that, it had been one of my sister's chores to clean up the boy bathroom on a weekly basis. And she might have complained effectively and got the chore handed over to me. And, okay, so we're going to price this around a 9. Okay, I'm taking a look at it. So we're going to price this around, it's not going to sell, but we're going to price this around $18. Here you go. So one of my sisters probably effectively got me to do the chore by complaining about it. And she had done it up to that point, and it was, I had no idea what she was going through until it was my turn to do it, and I was just shocked, dude. There could be so much piss on that floor. It was like caked to the floor. And because my mom was so rough about cleanliness, it was really severe, guys. Like, if you did not actually properly clean the bathroom, you're talking about really severe beatings. Like, it will be clean or you'll be beaten silly. So it was just really violent if it wasn't clean. So, you would get behind the toilet with gloves and a brush, and you'd just be back there scrubbing piss off the floor. And it just hit me. I was like, none of my brothers are peeing in this toilet ever again. You know what I mean? I was like, you guys will pee without a drop of that hitting the floor, or I'll beat you guys up. So there was like almost there was like a hierarchy of violence. So if you didn't want to have to clean piss off the floor all the time, you had to really make sure the brothers all got in line on it. And they were, all of us, very rebellious. Like, you could not control them. You couldn't ask nicely. They'd spit at you. You'd be like, F you, I'm not doing what you tell me. I'll piss all over the floor because I don't like you. And so, because we didn't like each other. So it was like there was one solution and one solution only. It was violence. It's like, if you pee on that floor, I'll become so outrageously violent that you'll regret not just not peeing on the floor or wiping it up after yourself, So then that was the only solution. There was no amount of reasoning, no amount of kindness, oh man, you just hurt my feelings. Please don't do that. None of that works. In the whole family, just violence. That's it. That was the only way to enforce that in a room, because I was sharing that bathroom with 5 brothers, So it was very tough. 5 brothers pissing all over the floor, and one guy gets to clean it. You know what I mean? And maybe my mom liked it that way. Maybe she thought that system worked better. She's like, good, we'll put Derek in charge of it, and he'll beat up the brothers until they're cleaner. So she wasn't stupid. She probably understood that that was the only way for that to work, because otherwise it was just going to be horrifying, because my sisters wouldn't be as effective. So that was one of the weekly chores. And there were other weekly chores too, like cleaning the car and stuff like that. And then there was like a monthly chore where like one room would be chosen and all of the kids would be brought into the room, and there would be like a deep clean into that room. It was like weird stuff. Like, yeah, it'd be like dusting the fake plants on top of the TV cabinet. It was really just stuff that doesn't matter. Like, why are we cleaning this? You know what I mean? We go out into the garage and clean the garage. We go out in the sheds and clean the sheds. It just didn't make sense. It was like, this is just a dusty shed. Why are we cleaning this? And I never forgot my mom and dad would get in these horrible fights because my dad would come home. He worked like more than 12 hours a day. And he'd come home and he'd kick his shoes off and he'd kick his socks off. And he just liked it that way. He was just a little sloppy, right? A lot of people are. Who cares? And no, she would lose her mind. They would fight for hours because he kicked his socks off. And she's like, that's not where they belong. So yeah, she was, man, looking back on it, I understand it. Like, she was crazy. She was real crazy about cleanliness. And that was a significant aspect of her personality. But her personality would be like, you know, all the doors should be closed. All the windows should be, the blinds should all be dusted properly. The beds should be made. The dishes should be put away in the cabinet. And if things were just the way they were meant to be, she just couldn't accept that. It was like impossible for her to accept, to accept that, because she looked at it as sort of like incompetence or something. I don't know how she looked at it, but she was just so nuts about it. Here, let's give this away. So there's a little insight into my parents, maybe, and the amount of chores we did. So I had all that, plus my homeschooling, plus I had to work for my dad. So all those things combined, okay, do the math on that, what that looked like. You woke up in the morning and you just worked from the beginning of the day to the end of the day. You changed like 8 diapers, you know what I mean? Maybe not 8, but you changed it got worse as it got bigger, right? You know that anyone who's raised a kid knows how it kind of goes, and eventually you potty train them, and that's not fun either, because then they start crapping on the floor because they mess up, and then it's up to you to teach them how to wipe and blah, 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 blah. We actually had this plastic sink in the bathroom for cleaning up poop, because that's what toddlers do. They poop their pants. So we didn't just throw their whole clothing away and start all over again. You washed the poop out of the clothing. So there was a special plastic sink. I still remember it was horrible because it smelled like poop. And you would have to go down there, and there was a ton of soap. And, if your sibling that you were raising pooped their pants, you were cleaning that poop out of the pants. And so I had to do that at one point. And you never escaped it. There was no vacation where you escaped this. There was no weekend. There was no time off. So I was effectively like a mother. And but I was only like 14. I was like 14 or 15, and you better do it right, or there's severely violent consequences for doing it wrong. So it's like you got all these significant chores that take up most of your day, and then you got all these poopy diapers to change, and you have to feed the siblings. So the table structure was adult, older child, sibling, youngest child, oldest child, youngest child. So it's like a puzzle like that. And this was because you would serve them their food as well. So you had to make sure that they ate the appropriate vegetables and everything. It was like a rule book for it all. And so yes, from the very moment you woke up, you had a list of things you were going to do all day long, including teach yourself school, I guess, which I didn't do very much, especially in the high school years. I just kind of gave up. Like, what am I going to do? Teach myself calculus, physics? Yeah, right. Who's going to... I'm just a kid. I'm like a teenager. I just want to go have fun. I'm not going to teach myself physics. I have no reason to. Nobody's applauding me for learning physics. I don't have any friends that are like, hey, did you get an A on your physics test? I didn't have any of that. Yeah, all my friends thought I was crazy because I was doing all this crap with my giant family. And, so I'd be out in the garage working for the entire day. So, I'd get all the inside chores done, and then I'd go out in the garage and work pretty much the entire day. It would be like 100 degrees in Missouri, and I'd have like this bucket of water with a ladle in it, and I'd pour water on my body so I wouldn't overheat, and then I'd just work in the garage until it started to cool off because it was pitch black outside, and I'd be covered in sawdust like a Loch Ness monster or something. And so I must have looked insane doing that, because I'd do that the whole day. And we'd get a ton of work done, and this is what stopped us from we got 0 food benefits from the government. We received effectively 0 welfare at all. Our family received no welfare. And it's what stopped us from going bankrupt. We never lost our home. We always had food. If my dad had not invented his little home business, we wouldn't have made it. So he had to do that. As the family got up to 11 children, he had to do that. So yeah, he was running this small business, and that worked. And so I would work inside, and then I'd go outside and I'd work outside, and then I'd come inside and I'd work inside, and then I'd go to sleep, and then I'd wake up and I'd work inside and I'd work outside, and that was it. That was it. It was such a severe amount of work. And I still remember my mom would warn me about, wait till you get out in the real world. Wait till you get out there. It's going to be so tough. And I did. I ran away from home, and I got a job at Target, and I only worked 40 hours a week. It was just 40. And I was like, oh, this is easy. You know what I mean? I was like, damn, dude. And then they gave me like a $650 paycheck for working 2 weeks. I was like, cha-ching. I was like, so you're telling me in the real world, people are nicer. There's no shouting or yelling. No one calls each other names. There's no violence. You work less hours. You're not responsible for dog poop, cat poop, the fish, the rabbits. You're not responsible for all these cleaning up chores. You can be dirty if you want to be dirty. You're not responsible for all these children at the age of 15. Like parents would go out. Who's in charge of the children? I am, because Jessica and Erica are gone. And, there's a point where they leave the home before me, right? They're a little, just slightly older than me. one of the oldest sisters becomes a manager, the other one gets married. So, so I'm in charge of the children every single day at some point. So you're in charge of all this stuff. You're in charge of running this business profitably. And you go from all that working like, I swear to God, like it just feels like there was no off hours. You didn't take off hours. It was just, you got back inside, time to do potty training, time to change diapers. You had like 3 siblings that needed diaper changes constantly. So of course you changed your sibling's diaper, but maybe 2 of the other ones needed help too for some reason. Maybe they weren't available. So you start changing more than one child's diapers, or you're potty training 2 of them, or you're cleaning the poop of 2 of the potty training children, because there's like it's like a factory line of children. It's really crazy. So you come in and you're tired of working, your back hurts, your feet hurt, your fingers got like splinters in them. Oh, I used to have this crazy callus on my hand. My hands were like nuts. And then there's just more work. Like you got all the dishes to do. You got to put the leftovers away. You didn't cook the meal. Lucky enough, somebody else cooked the meal, but you had all the dishes still to do. And then you would take maybe like a bath if you didn't want to go to sleep dirty. So it was really, 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 really rough amounts of work. Then you go out in the real world, because I never forget that my mom would say that, "Yo, just wait till you get in the real world. You get in the real world, it's so easy. You just work 40 hours, that's it, and then you get to play for the rest of the day. No more screaming. It's just quiet." No more screaming, no more crying, no more screaming, no more crying. No more person with like a whip over your head, like they're going to hit you if you did it wrong. No severe anger, just quiet. It's shocking, really good. And then you got money, you can actually do stuff with money. And people back then, when I was like 18 working at Target, people were like, "Dang, dude, you work so fast." I was like, "Yeah, it's easy." This is very easy work. This kind of work is the easiest kind of work. It's just work with your hands and don't do any thinking. What I was doing for my dad was far more complicated. It was sales. It was sales. We worked with industrial machines. We worked like with these big saws. And Target is just like, open this box with a box cutter. So it was effectively much easier work that paid way more money. And and the people, they would like applaud you for it. You're like, "What? I'm just doing my job and I get an applause. It's so nice." So that's what I came out of. And this would kind of follow me throughout life, So you would go on to, so I would go on to work 2 jobs, Target and Sears at the same time. That's how I was saving up to go to college, because I was like, 40 hours isn't enough. Let's take on part-time work. So I'm working 40 at Target and 20 at Sears, about 60 hours a week. Easy. It was just slightly more work. It was just, it wasn't much different. It was actually much easier than childhood, effectively. Right, because you never escaped the work when I was younger. I was in the mines when I was younger. But now I work at Target for 40 and Sears for 20, and now I'm doing good. Now I'm saving up. Then I get the job at Sam's Club because I'm ambitious. So now I'm getting, it goes back down to 40 hours, but I'm getting paid more money. I'm getting $2 more per hour. And then it goes on to Coca-Cola, another upgrade. I'm getting a whopping $12 an hour. And the work hours go back up to 60 because Coca-Cola's got tons of overtime. And so I'm getting 60 hours a week, $12 an hour, which was kind of pretty decent in Missouri, I guess, for a young guy. And that was it. So I'm saving up as much as I can, fighting with my girlfriend a lot. That was it. Let's see what you guys are saying. Anyways, that was a lot of ranting. Let's see. They prepared you for the worst. Yeah, ultimately, the roughness at home made working really hard in normal life pretty easy comparatively. How long were you homeless before you found somewhere? So basically, I lived outside briefly in the summertime in Missouri, which it gets very hot, and there were like bugs and stuff. But it wasn't that long. I just stayed by the library and applied for work. And it was around like October, I got a job with Target. So in the moment I had that job, I had an apartment like that. So an apartment took me very quickly. You think your mom took advantage of the free labor? No, 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 no. She was just very devoutly Catholic. She was extremely Catholic, maybe to a fault. She believed in sort of like violence as a correct form of punishment, So she thought that that was correct religiously. Some verse in the Bible or some crap like that. It's always that way with religious people. You find a lot of religious people with a lot of problems, and then they back their problem up with like the Word of God. But so she thought that sort of like discipline was physical. She didn't think it was like just telling you not to do something. So she was into all that. And you kind of had to be in the family because it was so chaotic with 11 children. I mean, my siblings were kind of like not normal anyways. We were also rambunctious, right? There was like this really strong dominance struggle always in my family. Every child was a strong-headed child. Every child wanted to be in charge. Nobody wanted to take orders. Everyone wanted to force somebody else to do their work for them. So it was just horrible, dude. It was so toxic. But and then she was at the top of that, and she was maybe the worst of all. So she was devoutly Catholic, and that meant having as many children as you're going to have, no birth control. And my dad was a very, very sexual guy, and they had a lot of sex, and so there were a lot of children. Let's see. She sounds a bit like my fiance's mom, but way worse. It sounds like undiagnosed mental illness. Yeah. Bro, do you know how to get a job without a degree? Yeah. Yeah, certain jobs don't require a degree, but you can quickly get a certification. For example, you can go for a forklift certification quite quickly. So that doesn't require a degree. And if you become certified at using forklifts, your pay goes up right away. So instead of being a simple laborer, now you're a forklift driver. So I would do that if you're trying to get a quick, higher paying job. Go for forklift driver or something like that, okay? Don't just go for Target and Walmart. That's the easy way out. Those don't pay well. You got to be like a forklift driver or a dumpster guy or something like that, you know, the guy who does the trash cans. So you got to get into some kind of work like that that requires just a little more skill, maybe a little more certification. It's a little more hands-on. Let's see. Probably also someone treated postpartum mental health issues as well with 11 kids is super more common than people think. I've got no clue. She didn't strike me as depressed, but she struck me as fanatically religious. Yup. She was extremely religious. She was extremely religious, and nothing could be out of order. Like I said, her obsession with cleanliness was the dominating memory. It wasn't just cleanliness, but things had to be done right. They couldn't, children make mistakes, right? People screw up. That just wasn't acceptable to her. She was just like, no way, you're never making a mistake again because I'll make you regret it so bad. And so that was her personality type. She's like, it will be done correctly always. And so she was just really, really tough that way. And it sort of spread throughout all the children. We all had the same expectation because it was sort of normal to sort of have that very high expectation. Like, you cannot fail. It's just not acceptable. You know what I mean? All right, let's see. Expect to use 6 months a learning curve. Are you in contact with your closest sibling? Sort of. I mean, my oldest sisters, there's one who I'm closer with, and I just talk to her every once or twice a year. I don't actually talk that much. A lot of neuroticism, OCD? Probably. If she knew you were my supplier for girl cards, she would be appalled. She would. She would think I'm like leading you to hell or something like that. Is she, which is a type 2 or 3 personality disorder? Oh yeah, she had to have something. I think one of the biggest problem for my parents is that they should have had parents. They should have had, they moved away from their parents. So I think my grandparents were more normal, but my mom's parents died when she was young, not real young. I was about 8 when they died. So for her, she was like 30, and not all the children were born yet. But, it gets increasingly out of hand as there's a lot of children. It gets very out of hand. Like, there's a point where it's 5 kids. It's like, okay, that's a lot of kids. Then 6 kids, you're like, wow, that's a choice you can make. Then 7 is like, okay, you're a big family. Then 8 is like, wow, 8 children. Then 9 is like, that's nuts. You can't even fit them in the car. What are you doing? Then 10, then 11, so it just keeps going, and it's just really crazy. It gets increasingly crazy. And maybe you just kind of lose your mind a little bit having to take care of 11 kids, I don't know. So maybe you have to give them that. Maybe you have to say, oh, it's okay. They lost their mind. They have 11 kids. But it is very, very chaotic. And I think the type of kids too matter. We met large families where the children were very passive. They're just kind of relaxed. Not in my family. Like shrieking autism in my family. There was so much fighting and violence. It was shocking. There was just so much. You couldn't stop it. It was everywhere. With how religious your parents are, I'm surprised you were able to have Pokemon cards. A lot of really religious people seen them as demonic. Yeah, that is a bit weird. My dad liked them. He enjoyed them. And my parents, they were very, very Catholic, but they didn't view them as demonic. Let's see. That trauma of not having parents and not growing up with parents mean they didn't know how to parent. Well, they had parents. So they had parents. But, my dad kind of ran away from home too, is my understanding. He ran away when he turned 18. He ran off to the Navy. And here's the thing that I never really thought that much about. My mom went with him. I didn't think about that till many years later. Like, who is my mom? What kind of person is she? Because my dad was like a Filipino dude, right? And he's half Filipino, half British, but he looks very Filipino. And she just sort of ran off with them to the Navy in California. So she just disappears into California at the age of 18 and gets pregnant instantly. So, she must have been kind of crazy herself a little bit, just kind of ready to be a bit rebellious or something. What grading company is the bird keeper in? That's SGC Grading. All right, guys. Well, I had a lot of fun talking about my crazy childhood. Some of you guys are hearing that story for the first time if you're just hanging out and met me recently. But yeah, I have a very fun past, and it gets more fun the more you hear about it. I'm gonna go ahead and hop off now. It is officially 5:46, so we have met our time schedule. I had a lot of fun with you guys. It's a Tuesday stream. Tuesday tends to be the worst day of the week. I think Wednesday we're gonna have Phantasmal Flames in. So be here for tomorrow for the Wednesday stream. I'll see you guys there, okay? You guys have a nice night. See you later, everybody.